Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Good morning. How is everybody? Good morning. Good morning. Welcome back to J is for Justice. Happy Sunday. Hope you guys are having a good day. Let me know that you can hear me all right. Audio's good. Hey, Gold Dust. Good to see you. Thank you, Agent. I feel like my chat is stuck. Hey, there you are. Hey, Evelyn. Hey, RLR. Hey, Lori. Hey, Smath. Hello, Bayou. And Mr. Cole has a birthday on July 31st. My son turns 30 on the 30th. Oh, and don't mind me. I'm kind of straight out of bed this Sunday morning. It is hot in Florida. We have a heat warning today. Or a heat, let's see, what's it called? Heat warning. Warning about unusual fatigue for millions of people. Are you guys feeling unusually fatigued? We have a heat advisory until 7 tonight. I don't know if it's hot everywhere, but if it is, thanks, Evelyn. It's good to see you too. Dawn, it's hard for me to believe I have a child that old, but see, my gray hairs speak the truth. Hi, Auntie Cheryl. Heat advisory. Unusually cool in Cali. Wow. Good morning, Jacqueline. It's hot in Arkansas, hot in Michigan. You're still in bed? Well, it's a nice day to stay in bed and chill. You'll be 30 as well? Oh, wow. You and my son are 1 day apart, Cole. That's really cool. It's hot as fuck in Illinois, really? It's hot everywhere, huh? You're 61 with a 19-year-old. You go, girl. Good morning, Shauna. Texas is hot. Hi, Bluebird. Heat advisory in Rhode Island. That's wild. Well, let's get into it, folks. We have a lot to go over. We are going to get into our second doc drop. We also have some weird things that I want to go over with you. The first one, wow, we all have kids around the same age, huh? Let me see what the heat index is right now here. It is 12:30. Let's check it. I look like I'm in my 30s? Thanks. Feels like 107 right now. Excuse me. Today's high temperature will be nearly the same as yesterday's. Feels like 107. Cold fronts? I'm all for a cold front. Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, Hopeless Dreamer. All right, the first thing, do you guys remember the heart that was on the table? Hey, Sarah. Oh, Idaho. That sounds nice, Hellcat. Remember the black heart on the table? Well, look at the New York Post. The New York Post says Bryan Kohberger gave eerie heart picture to his lawyer after sentencing. And this is the New York Post 2 days ago. It says cold-blooded killer Bryan Kohberger gave his lawyers an eerie black heart picture just moments before he was jailed for life over the murders of 4 University of Idaho students. The convicted murderer, 30, had the drawing placed in front of him on the defense table during his high-profile sentencing in Boise. He never glanced down at it or even moved it as he listened to his loved ones deliver crushing impacts for hours. So they say he drew it for his lawyer. for Miss Taylor.
Up with anything redeeming
Watch.
about Mr. Koberger because his grotesque
Potato.
acts of evil have buried and hidden anything that might have been good or intrinsically human about him. His actions have made him the worst
There's
of the worst.
picture.
Even in pleading guilty.
That is so weird, right? Do you guys really think he gave it to her? Welcome back, Bayou.
He is giving nothing hinting of remorse or redemption, nothing suggesting even a recognition or understanding, let alone regret for the pain that he has caused. And therefore I will not attempt to speak about him further, other than to simply sentence him so that he is forever removed from civilized society. All right, Mr. Koberger, you have an opportunity to make a statement if you wish to. I take it you are declining.
I respectfully decline.
Well, truth be told, I'm unable to come up with anything redeeming about Mr. Koberger because his grotesque acts of evil have buried and hidden anything that might have been good or intrinsically human about him. His actions have made him the worst of the worst. Even in pleading guilty, he is giving nothing hinting of remorse or redemption, nothing suggesting even a recognition or understanding, let alone regret for the
His
pain
black
that he has
heart.
caused. And therefore I will not attempt to speak about him further, other than to simply sentence him so that he is forever removed from civilized society. All right, Mr. Koberger, you have an opportunity to make a statement if you wish to. I take it you are declining.
I respectfully decline.
Well, please.
Creepy, right? Ooh. All right, that's the first creepy little thing I had to share. I think he wanted to remind everyone that he has a black ass heart. What do y'all think? I think she should have turned it over too. Yeah, the sister's writing a book, so I don't know. I don't like that. I don't think that family members of people that do horrendous things should write books. I just don't. I think it's icky. I think it's gross. I think it's a slap in the face to the victims. I think they should just bow out gracefully, deal with their shit privately, and shut the fuck up. That's my thoughts. If it was my son, I would bow out gracefully and shut the fuck up out of respect. But that's just me. Right. Why was Bicca Barlow there? Why was where was Jay Logston? He was on all the documents. They said they dropped him, but then there he was on all the documents till the end. So where the hell is he? I'd be ashamed too. I'd be on my knees begging for forgiveness from those families. That's what I would do. Please don't hold it against me. I am so sorry for what he did to you. You know, like, it's just weird, dude. Yeah, his sister made a slasher movie. Make statements condemning, don't write books. Right, Potato. Actually, Bill Thompson said there is a law. It's not called Son of Sam, but there's some kind of law where he can't make money off a book. You think the professor's as gross as him? Hey, Glenjamin, good to see you. They want money, so, well, Faraday, Steve said they're not planning on, hey, Kraken, good morning. They're not planning on suing, so, I don't know. They should apologize, I agree. They raised them. If I raised somebody that ended up hurting for families, I would apologize. They won't, though, Evelyn. She thinks they should go to charity. Hey, Amy C., good to see you. Okay, so here's another oddity I found this morning. Are you guys ready? Brace yourselves. Okay, so a long time ago, JLR, in the very beginning, JLR found Michael Koberger's Facebook. Now, I don't know if his Facebook is still up. Mr. Koberger, that is. I doubt it. But before he put it on private, after the murders occurred, Michael Koberger's profile picture of his Facebook was something a little creepy now that we have a selfie from Bryan after the murders. I think the Goncalves will do great things. I do. Okay, are you guys ready for what Michael Koberger's profile picture was when Bryan committed the murders? Yeah, Santos, it's bullshit. It's bullshit that they didn't know anything. All right, here we go. I'm just going to put that up there. I want to see your reaction. And then we're going to play an interview with the investigators that just came out. Where they talk about the numerous selfies on Bryan's phone. It's creepy as fuck. That's Michael Koberger on the right and Bryan on the left. See how JLR caught that in the beginning? He put his watermark on it. This is an older picture of his dad. This isn't a new. This is Michael Koberger. That's his dad. I know who killed you. I can talk about Ramslin as much as I want. She brought herself into it by doing interviews. I know who killed you. Who even are you? Who even are you that you're defending Ramsland? She put herself into it. She did interviews. She reached out to his family. Yeah, this is an older picture of his dad, but that was his Facebook profile picture. Yeah. Well, look at his dad's thumb. His dad's thumb doesn't look too injury-free either, if you want to know the truth. There you go. Take a good look. I think because he wore gloves. He has clearly stated that she is not writing a book. Who's he? I know who killed you. Who's he? He has clearly stated she is not writing a book about BK at all. Who's he? And if she'll write a book about BTK, who she didn't teach, she'll write a picture. Yeah, just let comments go. I just don't understand who you're talking about. Right. Why are you white knighting for Ramslin? She's a public figure. She involved herself. She was going to go on podcast before she pulled out. Right. Yeah, his hands look messed up in certain areas. I agree. But I think he had gloves on. And remember, there's an inmate that says he washed his hands over and over and over. In the interview with Bryan Enton, she literally said she would be interested in speaking with him and writing a book. Right, and that was when she pulled out. Thank you, Lindsay. Thank you, Lindsay. I think it's weird. But we're going to watch this interview, and it's going to be a little weirder, I think. So let's put these boys over here. And now we're going to watch this interview with who they say the top investigators of this case. I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but these guys are a joke to me now, especially this ISP guy. But we're going to watch this interview with Dollinger and the ISP guy, okay? Let's put this over here. We'll put this over here. You got to remember, this was well planned out. Oh, you want to see his mom and sister? Excuse me. Let me see. Here they are. I still have it on here. Here's Bryan's mom. Okay, here. Let's put this up as a little family display. so you guys can see. Mom, sister, Bryan, dad. Na-na-na-na. 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 Welcome in, Lynn M. Thanks for coming back. I think they're the Addams family. Fight me. I don't know. I don't know what to make of this. Granny, if I was them, I would fight it. I would. She looks just like Bryan, but female. Mm-hmm. Hey, beautiful sunflower. Thanks for coming in today, Mrs. O. Regina, thanks for coming in. How would he feel if something like this happened to his sister? That'd be a good question, huh? They're very intense with their eyes, right? Bryan and his sister. I see him and his mom for sure. Him and his mom have the exact same mouth and shape of the head. I don't think it's right to go after his family. I'm not going after his family. I just think I think there's more to them. And I think, okay, here, Central Florida mommies, let's break your comment down, okay? Because I don't want you to think that I'm unfairly going after the Kobergers. Okay, so let's break it down. His dad flies out with a day's notice to Spokane. Bryan is already packed up out of his apartment, ready to go back. They drive for days in a car that is wanted for a quadruple murder. Then when they get back to Pennsylvania, their son proceeds to detail his car, right? Like down to where there's nothing for investigators to find. What were they thinking? I mean, I'm really sorry that they're in this predicament. However, what were they thinking? He's wearing latex gloves in the kitchen. My son's sitting in the kitchen with latex gloves on, driving a car that's wanted for a quadruple murder. And I'm sorry. I'm going, what's going on here? It's weird. And I'm sorry if y'all think I'm judgy, but we've seen the laundries. Look at that whole fiasco. All right, let's get the Koberger family off here. And let's watch this interview and let's listen to what CNN calls the top investigators of this case.
You collected numerous devices, but you collected an active phone that he had. What did you find on that phone?
Well, the phone, it just provided us and matched up everything.
Yeah, right. You didn't find anything. And that's what's amazing about these interviews.
That we mostly already had. You know, we'd already conducted search warrants and had a lot of his activity, a lot of his phone usage. When we actually had the physical phone and we were able to do the extract of it, you know, we didn't gain a lot from it. You know, we know that he was clearing a lot of his devices and wiping things from them. We know that he used VPNs. So, but we also did find screenshots and pictures of news coverage of Moscow.
Okay, so what happened to all the pictures of the girls? Do you remember that Dateline? He had them on his phone. He had pictures of Maddie and Kaylee, but the only ones that had Kaylee were the ones with Maddie. Now we just had news. Shit, I'm sure tons of people in Moscow and surrounding areas saved the news. They didn't have anything. They had nothing. Nothing.
On the case.
Correct.
Okay, that's not damning evidence. Everybody followed the case. You had nothing. This makes me so mad.
That's so classic.
Right.
It has been said that there were pictures on his phone of groups of young people in Moscow, and that Maddie, possibly Kaylee, were in some of those photos. Is there any truth to that?
No, no truth at all. There was not.
No truth? Who leaked it to Dateline then? Okay, I want to know. Okay, let's go a step further. Is the investigation into the leakers still going on? Are they still investigating who leaked the photos that had all the students with their friends on his phone? Because who gave those to Dateline? Because they look like they just came off his phone. Like there were pictures taken of his phone. Did they not? I don't give them grace, grits, and biscuits. They had resources they could have reached out to in the very beginning, and they didn't. So it is what it is. We don't have to be gentle with them. This guy is weird anyways.
To this date, we have never found a single connection, anything, between any of the 4 victims or the other 2 surviving roommates with him. No pictures, no texts, no. There was rumor, speculation that he was following some of them on different social media sites. There was sites that were sent to us of, hey, this is him, he's following. They were either untrue or they were sites that people made that were completely fake. And
how do you know? What people? Who? Who are they? It was a source in law enforcement that leaked it. And remember, the judge was doing a whole ass investigation. What happened to that? Of course they're trying to protect the university. That's been it since day one. Meredith, that's what I want to know. And there's even more truth to it because there was that report that Payne wrote about the mother calling because her daughter from WSU saw photos of her in the Dateline episode. Oh my God, I haven't gotten to that. Ethan's mom, Stacy, made a comment on one of the Facebook groups. She basically stated, you don't understand what this does to the families. Thank you so much for this, respectfully. Really, doohickey? You know what? I'm not going to have people come in here and say, I'm going to get sued, doohickey. So you can actually fuck directly off. I don't know why you're even here. If you fucking want me to get sued or want to talk about me getting sued. So you guys could take care of doohickey. Weirdo. Harlot. I think we'd have to revisit it for the exact wording. The pro burgers are always going to come in here. They're assholes.
So we had to research and go into every single one of those just to prove or debunk what somebody had made up. And of course, then that spread to the media, and it went wild that he was following or there was a connection, and there wasn't. We wanted that, I think naturally we need that, what's the connection, what's the why, and we have found zero, never any connection.
I saw the amount of search warrants that you applied for and got returns on, and I don't think we saw the returns, but the work you were doing was monumental going through everything, and I saw that in the documents. Back at the house, we have now learned, because documents that have not been public have now been made public, and Xana Kernodle found on the floor over 50 stab wounds, many of them, much of them defensive. Can you explain that? Put that into layman's terms.
Listen to this answer.
The wounds and the defensive aspect of them.
Listen.
She fought. She fought back, and she fought hard. And that's it. Unless Darren can expand on that, that's primarily the reason.
Yeah, that was. Xana absolutely fought. And we know that Xana was up. We know that Xana had just gotten her DoorDash shortly before this, and was actively up, and so yeah, she did. She fought.
So as she fought back, he kept stabbing.
The fight just continued, yes.
Kaylee, in the documents that just became public, there was a preliminary autopsy report that said she was stabbed over 20 times. Mr. Goncalves said, and we haven't seen the final autopsy, but he has said she was stabbed, Kaylee, over 30 times. Do you know the amount of times she was stabbed?
We do. We know the exact amount of times that every one of them was stabbed, and it's not something that we would speak about for the privacy of the families.
Why? What does that mean? I have never seen them. These aren't, minors. Yeah, Bayou, isn't this weird? I mean, what?
And but I can tell you, we've met with families, and his information that he has is very accurate.
Well, we know because of the public documents her face was unrecognizable. And then the concept of, okay, a second weapon. Where do you stand on that to set the record straight?
Yeah, we believe that there was one primary weapon. The same knife was used to kill all four. As has been reported, and I think the family has spoke to this, Kaylee was struck in the face. And
they want to talk about Kaylee, right? Right. Like, they have no problems talking about Kaylee's injuries here.
And we don't know what caused the marks that were left by it.
How can they not know? See, this is what gets me, man. I don't know, Lindsay. This is the most I've seen this guy. I don't remember really seeing him during the investigation. Maybe he was there. I don't know.
It wasn't fatal, and we just don't know what caused that. And we've never located, obviously, the knife that we know did kill all four, and we don't know what was used to do that.
Now, a fist can be a deadly weapon.
Right.
The injuries to the face, could that have simply been from a hand on her face?
No.
He says no.
So you believe the injuries to her face came from something other than his fist?
Yes, I think the fist could have been part of it, but it certainly appears something else struck her to cause the marks that we saw that is not consistent with a fist.
What about marks near her mouth that came out? I believe they came out in public documents. Bound?
Yep.
Gagged?
And those are what I'm referencing, and no, it doesn't appear, there was no evidence that she was bound or gagged.
Are the marks from a knife?
No.
You really got to give it to this interview lady, because she's really trying to get some information, and they're just... They don't want this story to get any more gruesome and be a story to go down in history with the UI. What do you guys think of that? They don't want this gruesome story to be a part of their university story.
No.
So the reality is the extent of what was done to her may be a mystery forever.
Yeah, it may be.
Yeah, it just may be. She's speechless.
We saw publicly, it came out in legal filings, the selfie taken just hours after this all happened. He has a thumbs up. How do you interpret that picture?
Listen closely.
That's hard to answer without putting my own opinion into it. This individual, there's a lot of strange things about him and his demeanor and his way his brain works. So to say what I think that would be pure speculation.
What about law enforcement theory? Because his thumb is up, right? His thumb is up.
Yeah, she's like, come on. You guys have to have a fucking theory of this goddamn selfie.
Denotes.
Right, but the reality was we have many, many other pictures of him, selfies, where he has a very similar pose.
Oh, boy. Which brought me to this. Freaking weird. Na-na-na-na. Na-na-na-na. Sorry.
It wasn't just one unique that was only that way. That's probably the one that's circulated the most now. And I think you can make lots of speculation because of the timing, but the reality was there's other pictures where he has that similar pose.
Excellent point to put it in perspective. Thank you for that. Do you believe that he committed other murders before November 13th, 2022?
We don't. We don't have any evidence. We don't have anything that's ever been located or found. We certainly, by we, I mean the FBI, the Pennsylvania State Police, every law enforcement agency that would have been anywhere that he's ever been has taken a hard look into that, because that's certainly one of the first things you wonder. Has this occurred before? And there's nothing to support or show that he's ever done this before, and we don't believe that he ever had done it before.
So this would have been his first?
Yes.
They don't know that. They have no idea. They have no idea if this was his first.
Obviously, you believe he would have gone on to do this again?
I don't know. It's a great question. I don't know.
I was talking with a district attorney in California that said to me, Gene, he's a serial killer. And I guess by definition, because serial killer is 3 or more in that area, do you consider him a serial killer, even though it's one episode?
No, I don't. It's not a term we've used at all, but I would tell you we've just not looked at that or thought about that. We were obviously consumed by the investigation and the murders here. So I would certainly leave that to the experts. And
I just call him what he is. It's a murderer.
Quadruple murder.
Quadruple murder, and he will.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so profound. I just call him what he is, a murderer. We know nothing. When did he take the other selfies? Was it around the same time frame? Because maybe Bryan did other things and did thumbs up selfies after him. Maybe that was his mark, if you will. How do we know?
Now die in prison for doing that.
So you've studied this for 2.5 years. You were just on the eve before trial. It's complicated. What is your working theory as law enforcement investigators on why he did what he did?
That's the biggest question. And it's the same question we've had, and we've had it all along. But the reality is often we don't get the answers to the why. And I think even in some instances, and I think this certainly could be one of those, the why from him may make no sense at all to us and not even be explainable or understandable. So we don't have a motive. We don't have anything that has said, here's why, or here's the reason. We just don't have that.
Well, he used a knife, multiple stabbings. In law enforcement, what does it denote when you have a deadly weapon that is a knife?
I would say, typically, if you look back historically, a lot of crimes that are committed with knives are a little more personal But again, that's also speculation. As Lieutenant Gilbertson said, we all would like to understand and make some sort of sense of why in this situation, but that's just something that I don't think we're ever going to know.
What are your thoughts about when he was in graduate school in Pennsylvania? He had a project, and he developed a questionnaire sending to convicted murderers around the country what their state of mind was before they committed the murder, during the time they were committing the murder, and after they committed the murder. What does that tell you about his state of mind in doing a project like that?
She is.
Yeah, I think he's very consumed with it. And I would tell you, we looked into all of that. We obviously have everything that he studied, every project, every course that he's been in during all of his higher education, to include at WSU. And at the same time, though, anybody else that's in those fields, they're doing the similar things, the similar type projects. So none of those were a one-off to only him. We could find many other students that were also doing the same or very similar. It's hard to not look at it and view that as part of the overall, is that part of the why? Is that part of why he did this? And again, but it's just speculation and assumptions.
But I think you said something very valuable, consumed by it.
Right.
Because objectively speaking, when you look at everything, I think that is a reasonable conclusion, consumed. I wanted to ask you, the president of Donald Trump cares about the victims in this case, and he has spoken out twice now about the families, the victims. Has he contacted anyone in Idaho at all that you know of about this case and his concern?
No, not that I'm aware of.
No, not that I'm aware of.
Wait.
And yeah, somebody said that he had commented something the other day, and I thought they were joking, but apparently he did. But no, nothing that we know personally.
Right. Do you know at all if the Department of Justice has reached out for any of your files? Because he did travel from Washington to Idaho to commit the murders. He ordered the knife on Amazon through interstate commerce. He did allegedly stalk the home. That was a working theory, right, for months before. There are federal crimes in that area. Has there been any communication? It's only been a few days, but...
Not for the Department of Justice, other than through the FBI, who's been a fantastic partner with us the entire time.
Partner. He calls the FBI a partner. Let's face it, the FBI did an investigation themselves and found Bryan Kohberger an excellent partner.
Literally opened anything that we needed.
Okay, well, what happened in the first 3 weeks when Maury couldn't get into a camera, a light bulb camera, when Maury couldn't get into a doorbell camera, and he was on the phone with Charter trying to get tech support 3 weeks later? 2 weeks later, sorry.
And it was a phenomenal resource, and we could not thank them enough for all of their efforts.
I saw that, and I'm sure the partnership was so tremendously valuable. When they started the investigative genetic genealogy, which really is at the forefront of stopping crimes from continuing to happen, they were fast on that. They got you that name. What was that like when you did get that name?
Well, it was, I'll let Darren take that one, but...
Yeah, it was incredible. We received a call that evening from them, and they told us that they had some information for us and said that they had a name and provided the name. And I think we were all in disbelief, because you've worked so hard and went through so much to that point, and then to just like that have a name. So Yeah, it felt surreal, and disbelief and all those emotions, but that's only very quick and momentarily, because then we have a name, so then we start a whole new bit of work, and we start diving into this name and who he is. And so there was just never much time to really think about anything, because we were just consistently moving on. So
Genetic genealogy as that investigative tool, that tip, do you find it indispensable in today's day and age?
absolutely, yeah. Both, with the Idaho State Police, we have a contract with Othram Laboratories in Texas, and the work that they do, it's incredible. They're solving crimes that are 40, 50 years old, that we would never have any closure, or be able to solve those. And so that, and the FBI is doing the same, and it's unbelievable. It's a phenomenal tool.
Yeah. Are the students here in Moscow, are they safe now?
Yes, our community is safe.
Do you have any concern of copycat artists or anything that could, as the judge say, want their 15 minutes of fame?
We at the Moscow Police Department, and so did Lieutenant Gilbertson when he joined the Idaho State Police, we swore an oath to protect our communities from any and all threats. And so, although this case will always be a part of our history, and quite frankly, one that I'm proud of the work that we did, it doesn't change the fact that we continue to do the same job that we signed up to do, and that is day in, day out, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. We have officers out there doing the work, keeping the community safe.
Truth be told, I'm on a...
Funny, they know all of those things definitively, right? I don't understand it. We've got one more. This is from ABC News.
Absolutely. So
to discuss their unexpected plea deal and the new details that are coming out about that violent attack.
Hold on.
Kana is with us now in Moscow, Idaho. And
the two women on the third floor of this home, Alex, were Kaylee and Maddie. Take a listen.
I personally feel that for whatever reason, he targeted one of the young women on the third floor.
So now he's saying in this interview that he targeted one of the women on the third floor, whereas before they didn't say that, right?
And the fact that he found them together, whether that was planned, we'll never know. It's more likely than not he did not expect to encounter Xana and the others up and about. And that was unfortunate. We are fortunate that he got scared and ran and left without harming Dylan or Bethany. Dylan was so vulnerable. I mean, that young woman had an angel watching over her that night, or that early that morning.
No
She
question.
had an angel there.
Do you think that Maddie was the target and that he was surprised to find Kaylee?
I don't think that we can tell what room he went into first. He could have very well turned left at the top of the stairs into Kaylee's room and seen an empty room. Or, as you suggest, he could have intended on going directly to Maddie's room.
So what do you guys think of that? He did. Kim, he did. I could have sworn he said that too. I think Kaylee was the target. I really do. Duckman says he walked the scene before the bodies were removed. He is haunted still. Yeah. Now they're saying he was scared and ran out. They're changing what we know. Time of death should determine order of death. I do remember that. Mm-hmm. I think the order matters, crimes, just because it kind of tells where he went first, right? Like who he wanted to die.
And then about the third time, he was more pointed, wanting to know, and we said, well, I feel like you probably know why we're here. We're detectives from Idaho, and we're here because of the case in Moscow.
This is what they said to Bryan. Okay, this is when they're talking to Bryan. Thank you, Gold Dust. The dog walker saw the front door open around the time BK went back and stayed for 10 minutes. I wonder if he was trying to retrieve the thought. That's what I thought, that he went back to do that. He could have went inside. Mixture of blood would, unless he went from one to the other, you know. Hey, Ange Carter. Yeah, it's weird, right?
And as soon as we mentioned that, then he stopped, and he said, I don't want to talk anymore.
They described a few other things from that arrest as well. They told me that they watched the body-worn cameras from the officers making that arrest, and that Bryan Kohberger was in fact sorting trash, wearing gloves at the time, that he sort of tried to run down the stairs, but that he was met by officers and that he was taken into custody without incident. They had been...
So he tried to run down the stairs from the cops when they busted in with the Bearcat? Listen.
Was in fact sorting trash, wearing gloves at the time, that he sort of tried to run down the stairs, but that he was met by officers and that he was taken into custody without incident. They had been surveilling him for quite some time, and they told me that it was a bit odd that he was seen wearing gloves all over the place, in places that it wouldn't make sense, like at the DMV and at the pharmacy. And Alex, they also told me that they would surveil him at night, and that one night while he was wearing dark clothing, officers surveilling him almost hit him, essentially, as he was running across the street. So again, we're learning a lot.
What the fuck? He was outside and they almost hit him. When?
DMV and at the pharmacy. And Alex, they also told me that they would surveil him at night, and that one night while he was wearing dark clothing, officers surveilling him almost hit him, essentially, as he was running across the street. So again, we're learning a lot of new details. I also want...
Where was he running from? What the fuck? She's talking about in Pennsylvania. Listen again. Look at her face. She's like, what the fuck?
Gloves all over the place, in places that it wouldn't make sense, like at the DMV and at the pharmacy. And Alex, they also told me that they would surveil him at night, and that one night while he was wearing dark clothing, officers surveilling him almost hit him, essentially, as he was running across the street. So again, we're learning a lot of new...
If they almost hit him, wouldn't he know that they almost hit him? Wouldn't that make him aware of their presence? He was probably exercising. So they were surveilling him. How good were they surveilling him if they almost hit his ass? They didn't even know where he was.
You're awesome.
Duckman. He was stargazing as he ran. He didn't see them. If they almost hit him, he had to have seen them. I mean, he ain't stupid. He knew that if they suspected him, they'd be watching him, right?
One night while he was wearing dark clothing, officers surveilling him almost hit him, essentially, as he was running across the street. So again, we're learning a lot of new details. I also want to mention to you, Alex, that there's been a lot of questions here about what was Bryan Kohberger carrying, right? We know the surviving roommate, Dylan Mortensen, described someone clad in black carrying something like a vacuum. And the way that Bill Thompson described it to me was about like a container. And he went like this. And he said that Dylan described the man we now know as Bryan Kohberger walking past her holding a container with both hands like this.
Okay, that's new. I know, but unmarked cars are kind of obvious, right? They're only a certain type of car. I'm just saying he's not stupid. He would have known, I think, that it was unmarked car. His neighborhood is gated. His neighborhood was gated. Oh. He pointed out he saw a car parked and thought they were watching him. It's in one of the first 100 docs. I haven't read it yet. They were dressed as men who dispose of trash, maybe when they got the trash, but not when they were surveilling him. I think it's weird.
Wow. No, it's pretty, it's something,
What was he
Kana.
holding?
But I'm curious, in terms of what's next for Kohberger, do we know about the prison that he's headed to?
Yeah. In fact, we were able to get a tour of the Idaho Maximum Security Institution. That is where Bryan Kohberger is now. And what's happening now is there is an assessment process that's going on that can take between 7 and 14 days. And during that assessment process, he will essentially be secluded from the other inmates while they try to figure out what is the best place to put him for his safety and for the safety of others. And so that will take a little bit of time.
Okay, so that's that one. I think that's it that I had. Those new interviews. Now we can get into our docs. We are on document 43. And I'm going to try to get through as many as I can. If they suspected the guy, why didn't they have him come in for questioning when they stopped him in Bloomington? They're saying they didn't. Maybe he ditched the weapon in PA. At first, they said there was no videos or body cameras of the night in Pennsylvania or morning, remember? I remember them saying that the SWAT team would not have any kind of cameras. Yeah, I do remember that. So he's walking through past Dylan holding something like this. The question is, if he's holding something like this, where's the knife? Because he didn't have the sheath. I read that too, Faraday. And you know what? It seems like that Jesperson, the happy face killer, is always trying to get attention. Whether it's through his daughter, whether it's through other crimes. It seems like this guy is always trying to get attention. And no one gives a fuck about the happy face killer. Like no one cares. He's not intriguing. He's not interesting, yet he still tries to insert himself. Oh, I want him as my cellie. Fuck off, dude. You killed people. Fuck off. Who even cares what you think? I'm so sick of these killers getting voices from behind bars. Like, fuck off. Sorry about my language today, but this shit pisses me off. Makes me mad. Cops almost hit him crossing the street because he doesn't know about crosswalks. So true. Yeah, let me give you guys the link to it. Hold on.
Absolutely. So again, this is the
ABC
first
News
time that
one.
we're hearing from Lieutenant Darren Gill.
Here's the ABC one. And then, oh, you want the CNN one? Okay, hold on. Let me get that one up too. Top investigators. That one's really good. She's really frustrated. She wanted to get more information and they just were not giving it. Here's the CNN interview. Hello, Starlight. His daughter, Melissa Moore, is the reason Gypsy Rose Blanchard got fame after her release. Yep. I remember her interviews sitting down. Oh, Gypsy, we're going to help you with this Lifetime thing. Oh, and my dad's the happy face killer. No one cares. Melissa Moore. PSA, no one gives a shit that your dad's the happy face killer. I can totally understand their anger too, K. Miller. So what was he carrying in two hands, and where was the knife? He must have put it in whatever he was carrying because he didn't have a sheath. Whatever the container was most likely when he sat down in Xana's room. I don't know if he took anything off in there. I think he had plastic on his... Aw, Lucia, that's cute. I think he had plastic on his seats. I hope trash men aren't driving around at night in unmarked cars. I think BTK's daughter helped Rex Heuermann's family. Martin, you're crazy. He wouldn't admit it if he didn't do it. The firework flash thing. Someone sent me like a baton. It's a baton like zapper, like a, I don't know. No, I haven't heard about that, Duckman. I haven't gotten there yet. Why did he have that? Whose IDs were they? He pulled a mom in it up and covered with plastic. Yep, jammers. Hey, Texas. Hey, Cryptic T, thanks for joining today. All right, let's get into these docs and see what we can figure out. But yeah, I mean, some weird shit, right? Especially this. This creeps me out. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. It gives me a weird feeling that him and his dad both go. And there's several pictures of him doing it. Yeah, it's like a taser flashlight. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And he did work security. Let me show you. Someone sent it to me, a picture of one. Let me show it to you. Because I saw that and I was like, oh. But it really gets me because why can't they figure out what it was? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, let's see. And Chrissy, thank you for the podcast. I did listen to a lot of that with Joseph Scott Morgan. That was a really good one. Okay, round with lines. It was B. B Senate. It's called a Streetwise, I'll pull it up here. Streetwise Mini 14.5-inch rechargeable LED spiked stun gun baton. And they're only $40 on Amazon. But look at this. What do you guys think? Do you think that it could have been this? Look at the end of it. It has like that LED. And remember Bethany said she saw like a flash or something? If DoorDash car headlights were on, opening the house's front door would send that light down the hall to be seen under Bethany's door. True, that's true, Jeff. But she said she heard a, like, I can't remember her description of the sound. Like maybe he hit the wrong button. But why would he be so close to her door? Yeah, Steve said lines. So you see here, if we blow this up, See that? The lines could be that or the end. A firecracker sound. That's what it was. Firecracker. Dash takes a picture of the front door. Camera flash. What if he dropped it? It could have been an evidence vacuum. And he had to go get it, and it was flashing. He is kind of a Dorcas like that. Like, yeah, jammers. But that sound, right? I understand that tinfoil that Duty Ron showed I get that. But K-bars don't make flashing sounds or have lights, right? This could have been... No, this is just us talking, Harlot. We don't know. We're just talking about what they heard and saw and discussing. We don't know. There was a second weapon. They say they can't figure out what it was. I've never heard of such. I've never heard of them not be able... I mean, even in the 80s, they could take imprints and figure shit out. I mean, let me tell you something. One of my friend's daughters was murdered in Michigan. The man stepped on her neck with his shoe. They were able to take the imprint from her neck and tell what kind of shoe it was. Tell me they couldn't figure out what the marks are on Kaylee Goncalves. I don't believe it. I mean, a taser goes... Right? Maybe he tased Xana when he said, "Don't worry, I'm going to help you." I don't know. They don't want to say. Pickle says, I accidentally hit the taser button on my flashlight taser all the time because they're on a sliding switch. Tool and imprint marks are a science. Yep. It goes, I don't know, Glenjamin, but it makes that noise. All right, shall we start reading? I know we're behind and I feel so stressed out, but we're going to go and get into these now, okay? I'm not going to be looking at chat. You guys chat away, enjoy yourselves, be good little people in the chat. I think Bethany said she saw the flashes. You think it was brass knuckles. See, this is why they should figure it out. This is bullshit. Yeah, there would be taser marks. Remember John Benet Ramsey? Remember John Benet Ramsey's marks? All right, here we go, guys. We're on number 43. This is Lawrence Mowry, our favorite cop. eBay user warrant. On November 29th, I found I had received 2 emails from Snapchat dated November 28th. These emails provided links to download the data to the 2 warrants served on Snap. So there were only 2 warrants for Snapchat. And we're not going to see who's this? In examining the files, I located the user ID who showed subscriber information of RWP, born in 1967. Who's that? The data showed, oh, this is the guy that bought the kabar. These are people that bought kabars off eBay. Okay. The data showed R purchased a kabar on August 14th, 2022 at 3:29 UTC. I located 2 younger males associated with R in TLO. I have found TLO to be generally reliable in previous investigations. Those males appear to be R, T, and K, P. It appears he purchases and sells military memorabilia and equipment. I informed Dustin Blaker this information. So they found anybody, I mean, at least they were thorough about that. They found anybody in Idaho who had purchased a kabar knife. I don't know what that has to do with Snapchat, but this is Snapchat warrants on 44. On November 21st, I requested and granted a warrant for Snap Inc. for the accounts associated with, this is all blacked out, black, and then look at, Kaylee is the only one listed. Kaylee is the only one listed on here. Look at that. They didn't get Snap for any of the other kids? Just Kaylee? Mystic Firefly, that sounds so nice. Sorry, I said I wasn't going to look. So we have Kaylee, Jack Decor, Dylan, and Bethany. But we have Kaylee all exposed. I just look at this, and everything with Kaylee, it's like one is different than the other, right? Always Kaylee. He logged into Snap on November 21st. And then he got the 2 emails he downloaded from the computer forensic lab. We don't know the results of these. We just know he got shit back. Will we get the results? That is the question. Number 45. We're going to zip through these now. Cell phone warrant return. Lawrence Mowry. On November 17th, I began to receive data from the cell phone providers. Okay, so at 13:52, I received an email informing me the files for Verizon were ready. This doesn't give us any results, just that he received them. So he got Inland Cellular, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile. So he's got lots of files. Where are they? We want to see them. 46. This is Mowry, and this is amended warrant for T-Mobile. On November 26th, I requested and was granted an amended T-Mobile tower dump to include devices within a 2-mile radius. The original warrant only included a half a mile. So originally he only included a distance of a half a mile from the house for T-Mobile. Then they went back on the 29th because they weren't fucking getting anywhere, or on the 26th, and requested 2-mile radius. 47. Witness phones. On November 13th, this is Lawrence Mowry, I was directed to interview potential witnesses to the incidents at 1122. I was tasked with extracting the data from the following phones: Dylan, Bethany, Jack, Emily, and MC. I don't know who that is. I received signed consent forms from M, D, A, and C. The phones were extracted using Celebrate version The phones were returned to the owner after the extraction. All right, 48. Aaron Morris, vehicle center stack booking. Ford center stack, Chevy center stack. On 11/30, I assisted the FBI with removing the center stacks from Ethan Chapin's Ford Explorer. I thought he had a Jeep. I thought he had a red Jeep. And Madison Mogen's Chevy Cruze. Once the center stacks were removed, I booked them into Moscow Police Department as evidence. Photographs attached. Okay, so now we're on 49. Let me find it. Here it is. This is iCloud accounts, Maori. On November 18th, I applied for and was granted warrants for the iCloud accounts with the following identifiers: blank at Yahoo, blank at iCloud. See, look it. Everyone's blocked out except Kaylee. See, on November 21st, I applied for and was granted warrants for iCloud with the following identifiers: Kaylee Goncalves. I'm telling you, one of these is different than the other. Hey, Crimeology. These warrants were served via email at blank. I received an email from Apple for the data for the iCloud accounts associated with blank at Yahoo and blank at Yahoo. So he got all these files from iCloud, Gmails. We need to see all that. We kind of already knew that because we saw all the applications already. This is nothing new. Picked up 3 cell phones. This is Justin Dean. And hard drive from Walla Walla PD. On November 29th, 2022, I was asked to pick up 3 cell phones and a hard drive from Detective Chris Ruchert of the Walla Walla Police Department. I met with Detective Ruchert at 11:55 and took possession of the 4 items. '51. I think this is just 1 through 50. Yay, we get to go to our next folder. So give me a second. We're on folder number 2. Hold on. Hold, please. I need to pull up my doc list too. So 51 is going to be initial scene and evidence collection report. Let me get the link. I don't know why I'm so unorganized. Okay, here we go. Let me pull this down. $51 to $100. Here we go. Okay, so this is going to be, oh, whoa. We're going to do 1-page view. Okay, let's see. Thank you guys for your patience. I just want to get this document up here so you guys can see it. Here we go. All right, this is going to be Brett Payne. And this is initial scene response and evidence collection with Blaker. So the evidence is a foot cast, foot fingerprint lift. There's 5 of them. Cell phone, laptop, knife sheath, white blanket, blue phone, vape pen, fingerprint lift, steak knife, blood swabs, disposable camera, laptop, latex gloves, laptop, iPad, bedding packaging, and game bags. What's a game bag? Latex gloves. I wonder who those were. Were those left for behind, or whose were they? At approximately 1600 hours on 11/13, Sergeant Blaker and I responded to 1122 King Road to assist with scene security processing. Upon our arrival, the ISP forensics team was on scene and preparing to process the scene. Officer Smith, one of the initial responding officers, advised he would walk me through the scene. Officer Smith and I entered 1122 King through the bottom floor door on the north side of the building. Upon entering, I observed a small bedroom on the west side of the bottom floor. The door was ajar, and I could see a bed with covers and several other miscellaneous personal items strewn about. The room did not appear to have been completely occupied by anyone, as I did not see any clothes inside. So this is when they walked in the front door, they went to the right. For hunting, bags to store game. And we don't think that's weird that that was in their house? I followed Officer Smith down the hall where there was a small bathroom. Next to this small bathroom to the east was what I later learned was a utility closet. This closet had a pin code style lock and was secured. So a utility closet had a lock on it? I looked into the bedroom on the east side of the bottom floor, which I later learned belonged to Bethany. The room had normal clothes and personal items, but otherwise did not seem out of the ordinary. Officer Smith and I walked upstairs to the second floor. The stairs ended in a small living room. There was a sectional style couch along the east and south of the room. I also saw a black backpack on the floor just east of the top of the stairs. Officer Smith then directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned was Xana's room. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body, later identified as Kernodle's, laying on the floor. Kernodle was laying on her back with her feet facing the east, and her head was facing west. Kernodle had thong-type underwear on and a gray sweatshirt. There was a large amount of blood on the floor around Kernodle as well. I could see numerous wounds on Kernodle's arms, hands, and face, which appeared to be caused by an edged weapon. Just next to Kernodle on the west wall was a small white nightstand, which appeared to have been moved as it was pushed against the wall at an odd angle. There was blood on this nightstand in various locations. The bed in Kernodle's room was situated on the south wall of the bedroom, with the head of the bed appearing to be towards the west wall, which would be that wall where the blood leaked, right? I could see a male, later identified as Ethan, laying on his back in the bed with some type of blanket pulled over his midsection. Chapin's body was at an angle on the bed so that his head was against the south wall and his feet were hanging off the bed on the north side. I could not clearly see the wounds to Chapin's head and neck, but I could see a very large amount of blood on the bed, as well as what appeared to be blood spatter on the wall next to Chapin's head and neck. I also noticed 2 large cuts to the back of Chapin's legs. Ugh. God, this is Payne's account. Okay. I also noticed 2 large cuts in the back of his legs. The wounds appeared to be deep into the tissue, but were difficult to see due to Ethan's body position. God, that's sick. Hello, Maligator. Officer Smith then took me through the house and pointed out Dylan Mortensen's bedroom, which was situated on the southwest side of the second floor of the house. M bedroom door opened to the kitchen area as well as the staircase, which led to the third floor. Upon my brief visual, Mortensen's room was disheveled, but did not appear to have any blood or evidence of a struggle within. I then followed Officer Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The third floor consisted of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee Goncalves' room. This room appeared neat and picked up. The only thing of note was the sheets on the bed were pulled back in a manner which suggested someone had been laying in the bed and then gotten out of it. Officer Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the third floor. This bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogen's bedroom, which was situated on the southeast corner of the third floor. As I entered this bedroom, I could see 2 females in the single bed in the room. The bed was situated along the north wall, and both females' heads towards the east and their feet towards the west, which was also the direction of the only door in the room. Both Goncalves and Mogen had numerous visible stab wounds and were covered in a significant amount of blood. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogen's right side when viewed from the door. I remained in the room for a moment and then proceeded back outside. I remained on scene and conducted several more thorough walkthroughs of the scene with the ISP forensic team, Latah County coroner, and prosecutor. Upon receipt of the search warrant, the ISP collected an initial 56 pieces of evidence. The ISP team turned over these items to me that evening, and I transported them to MPD, temporary evidence storage. On the morning of 11/14, I booked them in to evidence with the help of evidence custodian TS. And this is going to be 52. Brett Payne, we've got test runs and glove collection. And he did this all by himself. Item 266, glove. At approximately 1700 hours on 11/24, I took the MPD school car, a silver MPD school car. Is that the one they monitored the campus? A silver Ford Fusion, and drove the route of the suspect vehicle. I drove 2 separate routes in front of the camera located at Blank Ridge Road, once westbound on Lauder Avenue and then twice on Ridge Road, southbound and northbound. I advised the command post of the times of these runs and requested the video from the point of contact at Ridge Road in order to compare the color of the test vehicle. Thank you, Evelyn. Once I completed these runs, I drove to 1122 King Road and walked the route. MM. Who's MM? Stated she took while on foot near the house on 11/13. Who's MM? Who is that? Who's that? Stated she took while on foot. I also parked the MPD school car on Queen Road, immediately to the east of 1122, to observe the effects of the orange-tinted streetlights. The lights appeared to make the silver vehicle look tanner than it would under white streetlights. I also walked down and spoke to Officer Tesdall, who was providing scene security. I spoke to Officer Tesdall for a moment and then began to walk back to my patrol vehicle. As I did so, I noticed a black glove laying in the parking lot. This is on 11/24. Approximately 25 feet from the front door, the glove was laying palm up and appeared to have been laying in that spot for a couple days. It did not have any snow on it. I nudged the glove with the toe of my boot and found it was frozen to the ground. I asked Officer Tesdall for rubber gloves and his flashlight. Why would you touch it with your boot? So MM is the DoorDash driver, and she walked the route that MM stated she took while on foot? I don't know. This is weird. Anyways, I nudged okay, I asked for rubber gloves and his flashlight. Upon further examination, there appeared to be a dark fluid-like substance on the glove. This substance color and consistency was consistent with dried blood. Tesdall provided me with an evidence bag, and I collected the glove as evidence. The glove is a Polar Penguin brand glove with a rubberized palm and fingers. This type of glove is used for concrete work. I brought the glove back to MPD and booked it into evidence for submission to the state lab. The videos of this vehicle test run were later collected and added to the FBI video files of this case. This is weird, dude. This is... I'm confused, but let's keep going. Tyson Berret is the next one. Now, hold on a second. I have got to get a drink. Hold on. Hey. Okay. All right. This is Tyson Berret on 12/5/2022 at about 10 o'clock. I met with blank of the UI Office Civil Rights and Investigation. I provided E with a USB flash memory drive, and she downloaded information that was requested by the investigation team. I returned to the police department and gave the USB drive to MT with the FBI. And that's Anthony Dollinger, or Tyson Berret, sorry. Let's just keep zipping through these guys. Tinder warrant, Goncalves. Lawrence Mowry. On November 29th, I applied and was granted a warrant for any data associated with with Kaylee Goncalves' Tinder accounts using the following identifiers. On November 29th, the warrant was served via email at match.com. So is Tinder owned by Match? On December 2nd, I received an email from the paralegal from Match Group, the parent company for Tinder. On December 4th, 2022, I registered for access to the portal and received an email. I was granted access. Okay. I logged in and downloaded the files. Okay, so there was a return. So who'd she go on the date with? They should know. All right, we're on 55. This is a Department of Labor warrant. December 4th, I found I had received an email from KW of the Idaho Department of Labor. This email was from Michael Douglas of the FBI. S.A. Douglas assisted in the service of the warrant to the Department of Labor. So the FBI was requesting warrants, y'all. The email contained a single file with the data requested pursuant to a warrant served on the IDOL. The file was downloaded and saved. In examining the file, it showed the requested party's name, date of birth, and social security number with a screenshot of their reported income. And then I completed the warrant. These documents were sent to the Idaho County Prosecutor's Office. Okay. Kabar warrant on 12/4. On December 4th, I found I had an email from PM of Cutco Corporation, the parent company of Kabar. The email was from Michael Douglas of the FBI. See, Michael Douglas and the FBI were giving Moscow information, right? The email contained a single file with the data requested to the warrant served on the Kabar. It was downloaded and saved onto the computer at the Moscow Police Department. In examining this file, I located numerous individuals and companies who had purchased products matching the descriptions in the warrants. And then they have the listing of all the people who bought this knife, right? Look at all these people. Other models were also listed on the return data. Okay, so how relevant is this? I don't fucking know. All right, let's go up to 57. Wish I didn't have to zoom these in every time. Geofence warrant. Here we go. Lawrence Mowry. On November 18th, I applied and was granted a geofence warrant for any data with anonymized information located within the following latitude, longitude. That is blanked out. And then we have Special Agent Nick Balance of the FBI. He actually testified in the Daybell trial. Fun fact, polar penguin gloves are cut-proof for handling sharp objects and don't inhibit movement or flexibility. Oh, wow. Should we look those up? I think so too, Blackhawk. Polar penguin gloves. Let's take a look at them real quick. Polar penguin gloves. Oh. Black. We want black ones though, right? Oh, God. Why would he drop one glove though? And why would it sit there for so long? These got to be it right here. Right? Like that. And it's got that coating. Creepy. But he didn't find it till the 24th, y'all. No one found it until the 24th? That's weird. Those are the cheap ones. But I get that coating they have, yeah. Okay, so SA Balance received notice the data requested pursuant to the warrant was available. So they downloaded the geofencing. These really don't have a whole lot of info, but we're getting right through them. So here we go. On November 21st, I requested and was granted a warrant for Meta. This is Facebook and Instagram. And then they have 4 Instagrams, 3 Facebooks. On November 21st, I logged into the Meta law enforcement portal. And during the service of the warrant, I found I was not able to add the phone number of blank as an identifier for the JD account. This information was not entered into the portal. These files were downloaded to a computer in the computer forensic lab at the Moscow Police Department. No information was returned for the account associated with phone number blank. $59. Victim phone extractions. Why can't I move this damn thing? I don't know if I like this. Hold on. Won't let me move it now. What the heck? Oh, there we go. Okay. On November 15th, I contacted Detective David Taylor of the Coeur d'Alene Police Department with a request for an agency assist. I requested assistance unlocking the cell phones of Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan, the victims in this case. I emailed Detective Taylor a copy of the signed warrant describing the phones as searchable. On November 16th, the phones were transported to the CDA Police Department for a forensic brute force attempt to unlock them. However, Detective Taylor stated he was not able to extract any information from the locked phones, and the phones were not supported for the brute force PIN code extraction. The phones were then returned to Moscow on the 17th. This is weird. They couldn't even unlock the phones. I then asked for assistance from Captain Tyson Barrett in attempting to gain PIN codes from family members. I was provided PIN codes for Mogen, Kernodle, and Chapin, which successfully unlocked the devices. The PIN codes provided for Goncalves' phone did not unlock the device. On the 3 devices I was unable to unlock, I performed an advanced logical extraction of the devices at the Moscow Police Department. A report for each device will be completed separately. On November 20th, I again requested the assistance of Detective Taylor in gaining a full file system extraction on the 3 unlocked devices. The phones were delivered to CDA on November 21st. Oh my God. On November 22nd, Detective Taylor stated he would not be able to complete the extractions. Y'all. They didn't even have the extractions of the phone by the 20th. So they waited 3 days, and then they went and picked up the phones. Then they took them to the Post Falls Police Department and spoke with Detective Neil Uhrig. Detective Uhrig informed me his forensic tools would not support a full file system extraction. So now we here are on the 25th of November. I went to the Walla Walla Police Department and spoke with Detective Chris Ruchert. Detective Ruchert stated her forensic tools would be able to support full file extractions and would be able to complete limited extraction on Goncalves' locked phone. I left the phones with Detective Ruchert to be extracted. On November 28th, Detective Ruchert informed me the phone extractions were complete and ready to be picked up. On November 29th, Detective Justin Dean picked up the phones and returned them to Moscow. I received the 4 devices and placed them in the secure computer forensic lab. The extracted data was copied to the forensic computers and verified by hash values. An examination of the data will be completed at my earliest convenience. Yahoo warrant, Goncalves. Remember, one is different than the others. On December 1st, so not till December 1st, was the Yahoo warrant made. Yeah, here's the link if you guys want. There you go. On December 1st, I applied and was granted a warrant for data associated with Kaylee's Yahoo account. On December 1st, the warrant was served on the Yahoo law enforcement portal. And then on December the 4th, I received an email from Yahoo stating the data requested was available to download. So he downloaded them and put them in the secure forensic lab at Moscow. Verizon pen warrant. I applied for and was granted a pen warrant for any data associated with the phone number blank, which was linked to a possible witness, MM. Special Agent Nick Balance with the FBI assisted in the production and service of the warrant. On November 22nd, SA Balance received notice that data was ready to download. So they downloaded it and put it in the Moscow Police Department lab. The pen register, trap, and trace data were terminated on November 30th. M was subsequently identified, located, and interviewed as a witness by Corporal Brett Payne. So that's the DoorDash driver. We're on supplemental 62 now. This is Anthony Dollinger, who is now the police chief. Camera seized and vehicle keys. On December 7th, I was assisting with the parking and moving of personal belongings out of the residence at 1122 King. Captain Berret and I were in the process of packing items from Kaylee Goncalves' room on the 3rd floor. Inside the closet, I was removing items from a black plastic 3-drawer organizer. In the bottom drawer, I located a Kodak Power Flash disposable camera and a GoPro in a small black zippered pouch. I was unaware if these items had been located during any of the previous searches of the residence. So I took custody of them until I could learn that information. Hang on. I advised Captain Berret of the items and showed them to him. After completing the packing and moving of personal belongings, I brought the GoPro and the Kodak camera back to the police department. Prior to leaving the residence, I also took possession of the keys to all the vehicles belonging to the deceased. Once back at the police department, I locked the items in a temporary storage locker. I later contacted the investigative team and learned the memory card from the GoPro was seized during a previous search. So the camera itself was of no evidentiary value. I was told the Kodak disposable camera should be booked into evidence. On December 8th, I met with property coordinator T.S. S assisted me with booking the Kodak camera into evidence. I then took the vehicle keys and the GoPro camera to the city shop where the rest of the personal belongings were being stored. I placed the GoPro camera into one of the boxes containing Kaylee Goncalves' belongings. I left the vehicle keys contained in a Ziploc bag, also in the storage area with the other belongings. Tyson Berret, this is a supplemental to that. Removing personal items from 1122 King. On December 7th, at about 9:45, I met with MPD command staff members at 1122 King to package and remove personal items of the victims. Captain Dollinger and I packaged the belongings in Kaylee Goncalves' room. I worked along the north and west sides of the room. Captain Dollinger worked along the south and east sides. While I was packaging items, I noticed $125 in cash on the dresser. One $100 bill, one $10 bill, two $5s, and five $1 bills. Captain Dollinger and I both counted the money and put it in a small clutch. I placed the clutch in one of the boxes and marked the box that had cash in it. Captain Dollinger and I both initialed the box. After all the personal items that were recoverable were packaged, we moved them to a U-Haul van and transported them to the Moscow City shop. At the shop, we unloaded the packages in a secure building. And we know that they set up that building to be like a garage sale type thing. Tinder warrant users. On December 6th, I applied and was granted a warrant for user subscriber information associated with the accounts that communicated with Kaylee on Tinder. The warrant came back, and they downloaded it and put it in the Moscow computers. 65. Tinder warrant Mogen. On December 6th, I applied and was granted a warrant for the user subscriber information associated with Tinder account of Maddie Mogen. On December 7th, I received an email from Tinder stating it was ready for download. They logged it in. 66. Goncalves property release. On 12/12 at about 8:30 in the morning, I met with the Goncalves blank Steve G at the city shop. I had previously arranged to release Kaylee Goncalves' personal property to G at the family's request. I unlocked the secure evidence building and we moved 22 boxes containing Kaylee's personal items. So I don't think she had moved out. I don't believe that. I think there was more going on and Kaylee was scared. That's what I think. I don't know why. But I just have this feeling because she had 22 boxes of things in that house, y'all. That's not someone who had moved out. That's someone who had just went and stayed at their parents. And then came back to take her exam on this Monday and hang out with her friends. They loaded them into Steve's vehicle. There wasn't enough room for all the items, so G made a return trip. At that point, we loaded the remaining items, 2 purple totes, a clear plastic tote, and a yellow suitcase. G signed for the items, and Officer Rosinski took a photo of his ID to attach the form at a later date. $67. DoorDash warrant. Here we go. On December 6th, I was granted a warrant for all information in DoorDash's possession related to sales, deliveries, purchases, or transactions made to 1122 King Road from January 1st to the present. On December 7th, they received an email that it was ready to download. They downloaded the documents from DoorDash and sent those over to the prosecutor. Uber location request. On November 18th, I logged into the Uber law enforcement portal and submitted an exigent preservation request for any location data associated with the Uber driver named EG. In a screenshot from AG, Olivia Goncalves, it showed messages which appear to be from EG's phone between Kaylee and himself. The name of the recipient is Kaylee Uber. It is unknown if G was on duty with Uber at the time of him picking up Goncalves and Mogen. Uber stated if the driver was on duty, it would show the location of the vehicle. And it says, I received an email from Uber which contained files regarding the Uber logs of EG. And the records showed his location up until about 1:15, where it appears no other information is found, and G goes off duty. 69. Shit. I don't know why he keeps doing this to me. Okay, so this is Danny Vargas. This is the female. Interview with MC. On December 1st, Corporal Payne and I asked if I would. Corporal Payne asked if I would assist with interviewing blank members of Ethan Chapin at the Latex County Latex. I just said latex because these fucking gloves. The Latah County Annex Building. I arrived and spoke with MC, Ethan's blank. I introduced myself to M and told her it's Maizie, right? I would be recording our conversation so I would not miss anything she said. Maizie had filled out an adult victim background questionnaire, which I reviewed before speaking with her. Maizie listed Ethan as easygoing, positive, friendly, funny, and stated he did not have any negative issues or negative feelings with anyone. Maizie listed the following people as being the people whom Ethan spent most of his time with. Xana, and then they list a bunch of people. Xana. Ethan and Xana have been dating for about 1 year and met through school. Maizie has known Xana for 1 year and met her through Ethan. Maizie talked with Xana once during Rush, but never hung out with her until Xana started dating Ethan. She partied with Xana, but never hung out with her outside of that. Xana was a junior, had a lot of friends, and most knew of campus. Maizie met Xana's dad briefly during Parents' Weekend, never met Xana's sister, and never heard anything factual about Xana's mom, but knew Xana did not have contact with her. Ethan would often spend time with Xana while she was at work at Mad Greek. That's interesting. So Ethan would hang out at the Mad Greek while she was working. Ethan said Ethan and Xana never mentioned having weird feelings about anyone, customers or employees at Mad Greek. Ethan never said anything negative about his relationship with Xana to her. And then it says PE. P is a blank and in the blank fraternity. Maizie does not know much about P. Maizie thought P was a farmer and from California, but she's not sure. Ethan would spend a lot of time with P, and they met through the fraternity. Ethan and P were very similar, would often watch football together on Sundays. P lives at blank. Ethan would hang out with P 3, 4, or 5 days out of the week. When Ethan would be with P, they would spend time at Xana's residence. Who's P? P's residence and several apartments at the Whites, blank. EA and JL apartment on the second floor left side. The blank apartment at the Whites, and then it's got it all blanked out. All these kids' names. Then we have KF. KF was one of Ethan's closest friends. K lives in blank at blank. Maizie stated K and P were Ethan's closest friends. Maizie did not see any drug use amongst any of Ethan's and his friends, but said they drank a lot, which was normal for the fraternity life. Hunter Johnson is dating Emily and was the first person who Bethany and Dylan called to come to their house the morning of the homicide. Ethan golfed a lot with Jay and Jay, and Ethan came to their house over the past summer several times and hung out. Ethan never had any issues with Jay, which is Johnson, I guess. Maizie never heard of or observed Ethan get into fights with anyone. Ethan never confided in her about having problems or frustrations with anyone. Ethan never mentioned having any issues with any of the girls who lived with Xana. Maizie spent time at Xana's house and never observed any issues between any of the roommates. Maizie said she did not know Maddie or Kaylee well and said she knew Bethany and Dylan better. Maizie thought if Ethan did not have anything he needed to talk to someone about, he would most likely speak with their blank or Xana because he saw them daily. Maizie said Ethan was an open book and was not a private person. I asked Maizie if she knew what Ethan did Friday and Saturday, November 11th or 12th. Maisie said she was not sure what Ethan did on Friday. Maisie said on Saturday, Ethan did not go to the football game or tailgate and thought he spent that time at the Whites, possibly at J&E apartment. Maisie said in the evening, Ethan went with her to the formal event, which was at Hunga Dunga from 1900 to 20 hours. Maisie said they drove to Hunga Dunga in their vehicle with Ethan, Hunter Chapin with his date, RS, and his date, HB and JK. All these names are redacted. It's confusing. Maisie said Hunga Dunga was rented by her sorority and this was a private event. Maisie told me she knew the majority of everyone who was at the Hunga Dunga and nothing out of the ordinary occurred while they were at the event. Maisie said they all left the Hunga Dunga in the same car and drove to her sorority where the girls, including her, got out, went inside, and changed their clothes. Maisie said RH and R all got back into the car and left with Ethan. H, L, and J to go to a party at blank. Maisie said she texted Ethan at approximately 2014 telling him she did not want to go with him to blank and that she was going to stay at her sorority. Maisie said Ethan texted her several times trying to convince her to come to blank, but she did not go and eventually fell asleep around 2200 hours. Maisie said the blank party was just a normal Saturday evening party. I asked Maisie if she saw any weird comments on Ethan's social media. Maisie said she recently logged into Ethan's Instagram and made it private because it was public and a lot of random people were making bad comments on it. Maisie said people were speculating this was a drug-related thing or something to do with the girls. Maisie told me she did not notice the names of the people who were commenting, but said they were weird accounts with just one follower. Maisie said people were making bad comments on all the victims' accounts as well. I asked Maisie if the girls had any bad feelings with any of their neighbors. Maisie said she did not think so. Maisie told me she was at Xana's house a lot on the weekends and said they would often get noise complaints. Maisie said she was present for 2 of the noise complaints. Maisie thought the person making the complaint lived in a house behind 1122 but was not certain. Maisie told me she never witnessed any retaliation from any of the neighbors. I asked Maisie if Xana and her roommates knew everyone who lived around them, and she said she did not know. I thanked Maisie for speaking with me and told her if she thought of anything else to let me know. My conversation with Maisie was recorded and copied onto DVD. I can't believe they use DVDs. All right, let's move on. We're on number 70 now. Walmart. On November 21st, I applied for and was granted a warrant to Walmart for related sales of the following items. I thought they said Walmart didn't sell it. I thought they checked all these stores in the beginning and said, oh, none of them sell it in town. On November 28th, I received an email, or the warrant was served, forensic account MD with the Federal Bureau of Investigations assisted. I received a packet from Walmart on December 8th with 2 DVDs with sales data from the local Walmart in Moscow. On December 9th, I received notice from FAD that data requested was received. They were downloaded and stored at Moscow Police Department. '71, Captain Berret. On 12/12, ISP Detective Lake asked me to request information from OCRI regarding a rape involving U of I students that was reported in 2021. I emailed the request to KN with UI Office of General Counsel. I received from LE at U of I indicating she had the information I requested. I met with her in our office and provided her with a USB flash memory drive. She put the information on the drive and gave it to me. So someone was raped in 2021 and they were looking at that. Okay. 72. This is Brett Payne. Interview of BJ from Kabar 157. Interview with BJ. On 12/2/2022, the FBI tip line received a call from Kabar employee MD referencing a LM. M had been contacted earlier on 12/1 by ISP detectives Boone and Berret due to his name being provided by Kabar on a list of people who place orders from Kabar. D stated a call taker, BJ from Kabar, received a strange phone call from M on 12/1. J provided a written statement about the conversation. J stated she answered the call with the normal greetings directed by Kabar. M interjected when she asked about his concerns about the call and stated, "We will get to that later." J went on to tell M why the order was canceled. M stated he understood and never put his phone number on orders to prevent phone solicitation. M then abruptly asked, quote, "What can you tell me about the two feds that showed at my door today, questioning my recent Kabar order?" J stated she did not know what M was talking about as she had no knowledge of the investigation. M then stated something to the effect of, "You know, a Kabar sheath was left at the scene?" Question mark. Huh? Who is this? Who's BJ? Jay stated she did not know anything about the situation and asked M, or who's M, I mean, if he wanted to complete the order. M stated he was a collector and had enough for now. He also added he better hold off until things die down a little. M then ended the phone call. I spoke with detectives Boone and Berret on 12/2 and asked them if they mentioned the knife sheath. Both detectives stated they did not mention anything about the knife sheath, and the conversation with M was very routine. They did not record the conversation. I called Jay back on 12/13 and asked her to tell me about the call with M. Jay reiterated the contents of her statement, however, stated M told her a Kabar sheath was left at the scene. And added M told her one of the investigators told her that. Investigation into M continues. Who's that? How did he know? How did Papa Rogers know? Papa Rogers knew too that it was left behind. Now that's weird, huh? That's a weird one. Interview of BJ from Kabar regarding MD. Or wait, MD is the employee. Hold on, I'm confused. LM. So it's LM who called and said he was a collector and he had enough. LM. Who is LM? Sounds like a little bit of leakage, huh? Yep, and Papa Roger knew that both doors were open. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's weird, huh? Okay, let's move on to 73. I'm going to actually, hang on, let me make a note of that one because that's kind of interesting. That was 72. We're going to put a little note here. And there we go. Okay, let's move on to 73. We have the search warrant for Queen Road. Sorry. Brett Payne. This is search warrant for blank Queen Road, blank part 2-157. Evidence, 4 blood swabs. What was the date that they tore? When did they tear down that house? Hey, Teresa. Yeah, that's a good theory. I don't know. Or was Papa Roger actually the cops themselves? On 11/23, I applied for and was granted a search warrant for Blank Queen Road, the residence of J.S. This would be Jack Showalter. Is that right? Was it December of 2023? I'm telling you, crimes. I mean, is there more information though later? We still have a lot of documents to read. Officer House and I responded to Queen Road at approximately 10 o'clock on 11/15. We walked on the common walkway in front. We walked on the common walkway in front of the door to Showalter's apartment. I observed the exterior of the door. The area around the door had numerous spots of a dried fluid which appeared to be rust drops from a metal roof above the apartment's door. These drops were mainly on the wall next to the door frame, not on the frame itself. I observed what appeared to be a different fluid spot on the door, approximately 8 inches up from the bottom of the door under the doorknob. I also noticed the deadbolt plating was clean, polished silver, and had no dirt on it. I walked away from the door in order to conduct an interview on a possible witness. Officer House and several members of the ISP forensics unit, to include Detective Hugh Powell, walked back to Blank Queen Road. I met back with Officer House and Detective Powell a short time later. They told me they believed the spot of dried fluid on the door displayed similar characteristics to that of dried blood. Namely, Detective Powell stated the spot displaying a cracking texture common when blood dries on a surface. The spot also displayed a similar drop pattern to the blood spots found on the banister wall and the wall on the stairwell to the ground floor, which I observed inside 1122. Hold on. King Road. Officer House also told me he looked at several other doorknobs and deadbolt plates on the doors in the same apartment complex, all of which had a fine layer of dust. Officer House also confirmed Showalter's door did not have the same layer of dust as though it had been cleaned off. Hey, Cheesy. Julie, it has been said that no, they are private. I returned to MPD and was notified by Detective Vargas, who was reviewing security camera footage provided by the owners of Blank Linda Lane, of possible footage of someone walking by the cameras at 3:50 on 11/13. I watched the film with Detective Vargas. The cameras show the parking lot of Blank Linda Lane, which is situated directly south of Blank Queen Road. The frame captures a portion of the Blank Queen Road parking lot in front of Blank, but does not capture the apartments themselves. The area of Blank Queen Road, Blank, is also much darker than Blank Linda Lane. The video is infrared and is thusly displayed in black and white. At approximately 3:50 on 11/13, per the timestamp on the video, a figure clad in dark clothing can be seen walking from the building which houses Blank Queen Road, Blank. The figure walks to the west out of the parking lot and leaves the frame of the video as the figure enters the sidewalk area between the two other apartment buildings at Blank Queen Road. This terminus of the sidewalk is immediately east of 1122. The figure is not captured by the cameras any further. See how they use clad? Just like they put in Dylan Mortensen's mouth, clad. A man clad in dark clothing. Based off the information above, MPD and ISP officers served a search warrant on the exterior of the front door to blank Queen Road. Access to this resident per the search warrant was granted only if a presumptive positive test for blood was found on the exterior door. Nothing was found during the search and the warrant was returned. So they tested the door. There was nothing. Hi, Miss Liverbird. They tested the door. They didn't find anything, so they weren't able to go in. On 11/23, Officer Morris was contacted by JS, a maintenance worker for blank, which manages blank Queen Road, blank. S told Officer Morris he conducted a routine maintenance order on blank Queen Road on 11/22, wherein he discovered something of note. I had Officer Morris call S and place him on speakerphone so I could talk to him. I asked S to tell me what he found. S told me he and another maintenance worker entered their apartment on 11/22 in order to check on a water quality complaint made by the tenant. Both men checked the kitchen and did not notice any issues. S said he entered the only bathroom in the residence and began to inspect the drain when the other maintenance worker advised there appeared to be blood on the shower curtain. S said he looked and discovered what appeared to be 2 separate smudge marks on the shower curtain, which appeared to be dry blood. S described the smudges as 1 inch by 1 inch. S said he then noticed another smudge of what appeared to be dried blood on the toilet flusher handle. S added there appeared to be spatter of dry blood near the light switch on the interior wall of the bathroom. I asked S to describe the marks. He told me they appeared to be reddish brown in color. S added, I've seen dried blood before, and the marks appeared to be similar to that. S added the only thing he did in the restroom was flush the toilet in order to check the water quality. S said the toilet appeared clean, but became clogged when he flushed it. S noted it was odd the toilet became clogged. S said he and his counterpart then left the apartment. I asked S if anyone else had reason or means to access the apartment besides he or S. Between the time he left and current time, S said no. I served the search warrant with ISP investigators Jeff Talbot, Hugh Powell, and Jake Schwecke. We discovered the blood smears and spots in the location S described. There were more blood spatters on the wall in the entryway to the living room. Samples of each were collected, 94 in total. An ISP detective, Talbot, took photos of the residence. Upon completion, I left all required paperwork on the couch in the living room, and Detective Talbot took a photo of it. All units cleared without further incident. Okay, I got a question. If this is Jack Showalter's house, how did they clear him in the press conferences? Can someone tell me that? What date did Chief Fry say the following are not suspects? The hoodie guy at the grub truck. I mean, I don't know for sure if this is Showalter's apartment. I'm guessing. It's blank Queen Road. And this is the residence of J.S. So what the heck? Oh, K. Miller, there's more. Okay. Okay, let's go on to 74. Oh, no. Why am I frozen? Can you guys still hear me? I can't click anything. Hold on. I'm going to have to try something here. Hold on, guys. I froze up. I got to close that out. You guys can still hear me? Okay, cool. I just have to reopen that. Streamlabs said, yikes. Oops. Is this site down? Are you kidding me? Look at this site is not loading. Hold on. We're having technical difficulties. It happens sometimes. Hold on. It's not loading. Look at that. Oh, you guys can't see it. It's not loading for me. Hold on. There we go. The site had a little hiccup here. Let me get it back up for you guys. Sorry about that. Now I don't remember what number we were on. Can someone tell me? Look, it won't load. I just have to be patient. We were on 76. No, I did not download them all. Kels did. I have them on Dropbox. If this thing doesn't load. That's Jack DeCour. Okay. Jack DeCour, JD, is her ex-boyfriend. Mary Jane Bianco. Thank you for the live stream. Love from Canada. Thank you, Mary Jane. I appreciate your support. 74. Okay, let's go back. It's just loading a lot slower than it was when we first started. That's what's kind of weird, but maybe it'll stop acting up. No, we already read 74. Okay. Jack S. was publicly cleared November 20th. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, this is about Kaylee having a stalker here. We're on 75. What would have happened if he would have answered the booty call, though? Yeah, bodies is in a Google Doc, I think. Wow, we got 924 of you here. Could you guys hit the like button? I am going to get up for just a second. I got to grab something. Give me just 2 seconds, guys. Hold on, guys. Okay, sorry. I had to adjust the AC. I'm hot. getting stuffy in here. Okay. What do you think, though, would have happened if Jack D would have answered? But I think it's wild that they were checking his house for blood after publicly clearing him. That's weird. That's some weird stuff. Okay. Phone interview, Danny Vargas. Phone interview, RR, JQ, and CW. And this phone interview is on 11/15. On November 15, 2022, I had a phone message from the front desk to contact RR as she may have information regarding Kaylee Goncalves having a stalker. Here we go. RR knew about a stalker. On November 15th at approximately 11:15, I called and spoke with R. I introduced myself to R and told her I was given her message to call about possible information regarding Kaylee having a stalker. R told me she and some friends had lunch with Kaylee around September 11th. And she thought Kaylee said something about having a stalker. I wonder when Kaylee went on that date. R thought Kaylee mentioned receiving something in the mail, but some of the other friends at lunch thought Kaylee mentioned getting a strange message through Facebook Messenger. R told me she had been speaking with all the friends who were at the lunch and trying to remember what was said. R provided me with all the names of the friends who were at lunch with Kaylee on or around September 11th, 2022. And then we have the names. R provided me with the name JQ and told me Jay and Kaylee were very close friends and had plans to live together in June. What? Plans to live together? I thought she was going to Texas. R said Jay was not at the lunch, but she thought Kaylee would have spoken to her the most. R said Kaylee spoke with J, C, and B the most. I asked R if she could think of anyone who Kaylee had any issues with. She said no. R told me Kaylee was very kind-hearted to everyone. I asked R how the conversation came up regarding the stalker in the lunch with Kaylee. R said Kaylee would always talk about things in a lighthearted manner, and said one time she was speaking about childhood trauma in a joking manner, and they didn't think much of it. R thought the stalker topic just came up at some point during the lunch conversation, but she could not remember how specifically. I thanked R for the information and told her to contact us if she got anything else. Here's JQ. On November 15th at approximately 14:30, I called and spoke with JQ. Jay told me she and Kaylee had plans to move in together in June and said she spoke with Kaylee often. I asked Jay about the topic of Kaylee saying she had a stalker. Jay told me she remembered Kaylee mentioning something about a stalker, but could not remember any of the details. Jay said she last saw Kaylee the weekend of October 3rd when she came for a visit to attend the UI football game. So Kaylee had lunch on September, what date? 11th? That's weird. And she was already not staying there. She last saw Kaylee, when she came to visit. So JQ came to visit. I got it. Jay said she also visited Kaylee around the weekend of June 14th, 2022, and did not think Kaylee mentioned having a stalker on either of those weekends. Jay thought the topic was brought up sometime during the previous school year in May. I asked Jay if Kaylee shared any information with her of having any problems with anyone, and she said no. Jay told me she did not know of anyone who did not like Kaylee or would have it out for her. I asked if Kaylee mentioned any potential love interests or if she was seeing anybody. Jay told me when she last saw Kaylee on the weekend of October 3rd, Kaylee said she was not seeing anyone or sleeping with anyone. I asked Jay what she knew about Jack Takur, Kaylee's ex-boyfriend. Jay told me Kaylee and Jack both loved each other and did not have any hard feelings against one another. Jay said Jack and Kaylee started dating when they were younger, and Kaylee broke up with Jack so she could grow a bit and experience other things. Jay said at first the breakup was hard for Jack, but they remained friends. Jay said she did not know the other roommates that well who lived with Kaylee. Jay said when she visited during the weekend of October 3rd, there were a bunch of people at Kaylee's house, but no one stood out. Jay told me she was with CW and handed the phone to C so I could speak with her. Now here's CW. I told C I had spoken with R about the lunch they had with Kaylee and the topic of the stalker. C said she and her friends have all discussed the stalker topic and could not remember exactly what was said. I asked C if there was anyone Kaylee spoke to about her, and she said no. C told me she graduated from the university last year, but was not in Moscow and did not spend much time with Kaylee. C said she did not know anyone who did not like Kaylee or had it out for her, and she did not know Kaylee's roommates. She handed the phone back to Jay, who told me I should speak with Kaylee's friend, NG. And said N and Kaylee spent a lot of time together. C and J both provided me their current addresses. The end. It's on DVD. Yeah, it is weird. I mean, it's bits and pieces, so, it's going to seem weird, but crimes, that was a rumor. He hadn't spoke to Xana since the 11th of November. And he did not change any door locks. Jeff Kernodle said that. That was a rumor. All right, we're on 76. Forensic extraction A. Lawrence Mowry. On December 13th, so this is like 5 days before Kohberger was arrested. Hold on. When did they get his name? When did Brett Payne get his name? The 19th or something? Hey, Be Nice, try it. On December 13th, I was requested to complete a forensic extraction on an iPhone provided by J.A. A signed the consent. Form has been uploaded. The phone was powered on. I placed it into airplane mode. This is Mowry. To protect any potential evidence on the phone from being removed or remotely deleted. I took photos of the device and attached them to the case file. The phone required a password. A provided the password. In examining the iPhone, I first looked for identifiers. Indicia of use and ownership. The device was black with a black colored case. The device was running iOS 15.1. It showed the user as blank with an email of blank. The phone number assigned was blank. I turned auto lock off. These changes allow the phone and forensic computer to communicate and share information properly. The phone was connected to the forensic computers using Celebrite. The extraction was saved to a computer in the forensic lab at Moscow. And then the phone was returned to A. So J.A., who are you? And you got your phone taken on the 13th. Well, if it's in the report, I guess we haven't gotten to it yet, because I thought that was a rumor. That he said early on in the documents that he did not change any locks and he hadn't been there and he hadn't talked to Xana since 11/11. Because we also heard that Jeff Kernodle spoke to them at midnight and they were eating pizza and watching a movie, remember? But we find out they weren't eating pizza and watching a movie, they were partying. So it's like, I don't know. I don't know. All right, number 77. Let's keep it moving, people. Oh, we've got a supplemental from James Fry. Interview with SP. On 12/13, I interviewed SP in Idaho at the blank. P had called me several days earlier to report some information he had regarding the quadruple homicide. This is a whole month later. I asked P if the information he would be sharing would be dealing with one person. He told me it would. I asked P if I could get the individual's name. P told me the person's name was G or G, later identified as GM. P told me he did not know the individual's last name, but believed he knew where he lived. P told me he lived in the Ave, then turn onto blank lane, and then right onto blank street, blah, 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 blah. P began explaining to me that he had done a lot of work for DK, who was the prior owner of blank. P told me he has been a friend of the family for many years and has done handyman jobs in the past for D. P told me in 2020 he drove D, his daughter L, and G up to blank to a place the family goes to have vacation every year. P told me after they got there, R, who is one of D's sisters, got into an altercation with a male who was camped near where they were. P told me it was a heated argument, but eventually everyone went back to their campsites. P told me later in the evening he noticed R and L were walking past the male's campsite, so he went up on the hill where he could observe and make sure nothing was going to happen. P told me he had been on the hillside for several minutes in the dark when all of a sudden G just appeared out of nowhere. P told me it startled him for a minute because he never heard or saw where G came from. P told me G pulled out a knife to show him. P told me this was a hunting style knife. P told me he had spoken to... Wait, hang on. Where's page 2, man? What's going on here? Blank, who had shown a great interest, in having a career in the military. I asked P if he could describe the knife to me. P told me it was a typical 7-inch blade hunting skinning knife. P told me he had heard that G grades in school had dropped and that L had been extremely verbally abusive to him. I asked how L and G would travel to Moscow from Boise. P told me they believed they would ride the bus. P told me when they stayed in Moscow at D's house, G and his sister would stay in the basement and L would sleep outside or in one of the 2 sheds in the backyard. P told me the significance of this was that G would keep his knives in the basement of D's house. There's a lot of weird motherfuckers, isn't there? In D's house, in the wood pile that was outside, or in one of the 2 sheds. P told me that around the end of May, or sometime in the middle of June, after COVID was letting up, he was at the Mad Greek having a late lunch or early dinner. P told me this was on a Saturday or Sunday. P told me he had ordered a glass of wine, which he is sure that Ethan brought him. P told me he's not sure if Ethan worked at the Mad Greek or was just helping out. P told me a bit later he noticed that G had come into the restaurant with possibly D, who is G's cousin. P told me Xana and Madison had gone over to G table and Ethan later joined them. P told me it appeared to be a heated conversation, but he could not tell what it was about. P suspected it may have to do with the cancel culture. The hell? And that G was stirring them up with conservative comments. P told me G left without eating anything. What? Later that night, around 9 to 10, P was at D's house in his backyard. P said that L was extremely drunk and was yelling at G. P said, she stated, "You are just a loser and you are going to spend your life in jail. You are ruining your life." P was not sure what L was referencing when she said this. P told me G left right after this altercation and she did not see him again. And he did not see him again. P told me G goes on long walks and does not return until early morning hours. That's not weird. P told me he was over at D's the next morning picking up some tarps. And G showed up. P told me he asked G what he does after he leaves when his mom is yelling at him. G told him he goes over to the college. P told me G believes the college is to blame for how his mom is. P explains that D went to parties at the college and began drinking. What? G believes the college is to blame for how his mom is? How's his mom? Yeah, the cops zip tied his parents, not BK. P explains that L went to the parties at the college and began drinking. P told me he does not know for sure, but believes that L may have been raped at one of the college parties. P told me he asked G about the conversation that took place at the Mad Greek. P said that G told him that he had followed the girls to the Mad Greek from the college. G told P that the two girls were lesbians. What? G told P he had went back to the girls' house when they came home. He was inside the house and made the statement, "They had no idea I was there. I could have killed them all if I had wanted to." P told me G then went and got a larger knife from out of the back shed and showed him. P told me every time he was around G and G, Mom would explode on him, and he always stayed very calm and would not react to her. This is coming from James Fry. Wrote this. This is confusing as fuck. Who are these people? Gulf Coast girl? I don't either. We haven't heard anything about a coat yet. Well, they're all UI graduates, right? They all are. The whole freaking crew. I am really lost. And these are young people because look at, or interview with SP. SP, not young people, I mean older people. Look at, SP was born in 1953. But then look at here. GM was born in 2003. And then they're talking about camping in 2020. I mean, what? I mean, it was enough for Fry to freaking write it up. Danny Vargas, packing up personal items at 1122. We're on 78. On December 7th, I assisted with packing up and moving personal items from 1122 King Road, this is kind, to the MPD secured storage. KP, Captain Lanier, and I picked up items in Bethany Funk's room and Dylan Mortenson's room. On December 8th, I spoke with RM, who was a blank for blank. Maddie? For Maddie? I spoke with RM, who is a blank for Maddie. Maddie, or RM initially wanted to retrieve some items for Maddie. Oh, I'm sorry. I got this all fucked up. Let me start over. This is about Dylan and Bethany, not Maddie. Let me start over. December 8th, I spoke with RM, who is in blank for M. M initially wanted to retrieve some of the items for M, but then stated M would come to retrieve all her items sometime after the holidays. On December 15th, I spoke with TV, who was a blank for FV. Asked if we could send F her reading glasses, passport, and iPad to blank with the investigator who would be coming to interview her. Captain Lanier and I retrieved the reading glasses and passport from F's personal items at the storage. I sent an email to V stating we would be sending the glasses and passport, but could not release the iPad yet as it was one of the items seized during the search warrant. V asked when F could get the rest of her personal belongings, and I told him she could contact me and we could make arrangements to return all of our items which are not in storage. I gave F glasses and passport to ISP Mike Mooney, who would be giving the items to the appropriate investigator who would be traveling to blank to speak with F. Probably known weirdos. Yeah. There's a lot of weirdos out there. Especially in Moscow, it seems like. People come out of the woodwork when things like this happen, right? All right, here we are with Lawrence Mowry again. On December 1st, he requested an amended warrant for Meta, which is Facebook and Instagram, with the following people, which is blanked out. On December 7th, he received a signed warrant, and on the 4th, he logged in. During the service of the warrant, I found I was not able to add the phone number of blank as an identifier for Jack DeCour's account. This information was not entered into the portal. On December 8th, Meta sent an email stating the files were ready. I logged in, downloaded, they're in the forensic lab. That's it on that one. All right, number 80. The friend that was watching her dogs was actually Ashlyn. What's her couch? AC. I agree, it's me, Mike. All the meat and potatoes is with the FBI. Teresa Paul Thompson. What's his name? Bill Thompson said they are not public info and we will never get those calls. Which is bullshit. He spoke to his mom for 2,200 hours. I want to know what the hell they talked about. Now, prison calls might be different. Now we might get them. But the ones that where he was held for 3 years, nope. He said no. Okay, here's Reddit. Remember the Reddit. We have inside looking, outside looking on Reddit. Remember that? Put a 1 in chat if you recall inside and outside looking from Reddit. I'm wondering if you guys remember that. Let me take a look at this. This is one of my videos from that time. Let's hold on. Inside looking. Let's take a gander at this. We're gonna do research as we go. So here we go. This is old Jay. I'm gonna talk it through. I want to read your comments just like we did yesterday. And we'll just chill. We'll just go through it. I think it's that. Oh, and don't freak out. And he is so why have a he really did not want these guys getting credit for what he did. Okay, so the number one disturbing thing is all the LOLs. Feliz Navidad, Enid. Enid Melendez. I hope I said that right. Feliz Navidad to you. LOL. Like, LOL. Like, he's so condescending, but who LOLs? I mean, I guess a lot of people probably do, because I get a lot of LOLs on my videos, and it's like, what are you LOLing about? Like, how can you even LOL when it comes to a crime case? But anyways, he has two LOLs, and this is about the ex, and he really wants them to refer to the cleared list. So, it's several times in these posts, he really refers everybody back to the official information, because the official information was what? Nothing. So he keeps saying, linking them to Moscow and all this stuff, like, read the official reports, only facts only. He just didn't like the route that they were going with their speculation. He's such a piece of work. He didn't want them to think, oh, the ex did it and the cops just, blew it off. He wanted this to be an investigation and him be the center of it, and being in the center of it, talking about it and getting people's thoughts. That's why he directs them down a certain road. As he's pointing them down this path, he's circling certain pictures. Okay, so this is one that he circled, and I cannot... Hold on, let me put this in the back. Look we lost a bunch of... did 7 people say, oh, she's too excited about this, fuck her, and unsubscribe? It's so weird. That shit can drive you mad if you look at it all the time. Okay. So what is he circling here? It's so fucking blurry. But what is he hinting at there? Anybody have an idea? Is that one of the cops standing there, or... trying to figure that out.
What is he circled there?
And
what
if
is
so,
it,
what
guys?
is someone doing? Because he made a mention of that. Like Bryan Kohberger. And he put those squares too. Why did he do that? Yes, he did. He started his own conspiracy theories. It makes me so mad, Gimme. Yeah, I feel like that kitchen window right there, but doesn't it look like there's something like... Is that... Oh, that's the garbage can. There's the garbage can, but I don't know what he's referencing here. It's crazy. Maybe the exit point, the window?
Again, this is
It's just interesting
inside
that
looking.
he actually circled this, if he did it. See the squares below the circle? I'm not sure what he was... Zoom in. The more I zoom in, the worse it gets. Let me see if I can, though. I mean, I know I can. Let's see what it looks like. In this router, right? The router's inside.
Oh, and we found out about the router, right? That they couldn't get any information from the router for weeks. Check this out, though. Here,
Another interesting thing from the...
I'm going to give you guys the link to this video, too. Look at me. I was at 92,000, almost 93,000. We're almost at 115,000 now, guys. If you haven't subscribed, let's try to get me over that 115 hump today. There's the link to that video if you guys want to save it to your watch later.
In this photo. Let's zoom in again. Would this be where the cable, aka router, like the cable,
the
would that be
side.
where the cable goes in the home? Do we have any people in here that know anything about cable out there, or what the cable box? You know what I'm saying? Like the outside cable box.
Okay, I'm
I know
going to
that-
skip forward. This is new, Jay.
The ladder is inside police tape, not outside of it. Now, Regina, the
Step up and be an alpha. Be somebody to be a leader. Don't make me do it. I don't want to do it. He doesn't have to go up the steps. Their points of damage don't match. I'm just going to say it. Wasn't leaked to me. I earned that. I paid for that funeral. I paid for that. It's my right.
See, he was pissed. This is the interview that always stuck out to me, too, with the Goncalves. He was so fucking mad. And now we know why. One is not like the others, right? One is not like the others.
Let's stop playing games, guys. I need somebody to step up and be an alpha. Be somebody to be a leader. Don't make me do it. I don't want to do it. He doesn't have to go up the steps. Their points of damage don't match. I'm just going to say it. Wasn't leaked to me. I earned that. I paid for that funeral. I paid for that. It's my right. You ain't taking that from me.
Calm down.
If you don't want to say nothing, that's your bet. But don't say I'm leaking anything. I paid that bill.
seeing that footage now gives me
I just got a dizzy
goosebumps.
spell. Holy shit.
To see him go from mildly frustrated to absolutely frustrated
That was really weird. I just got a dizzy spell. I was like, look. Okay, hold on. Frustrated to, but video. Oh my God, we have like 3 J's here, y'all. Heard was what she thought was Kaylee playing with Murphy. I thought of that too. See, these are awesome to go back and review, guys. Stick with me here. Stick with me. I was like, wait a minute. If Murphy was locked in Kaylee's bedroom and Kaylee was in, hold on. Oh, he did. Things like that. He's talking about ladders, getting into the 3rd floor from the outside. Here's a couple of photos of the King Road house showing the ladder. The ladder was even there the day that investigators were doing the drone footage after the murders. And then another one says, what did you guys take from the dad's comments about the steps? And that is referring to this.
He doesn't have to go upstairs. His entry and exit are available without having to go upstairs or downstairs.
One of them.
He doesn't have to go up the steps. Let's stop playing games, guys. I need somebody to step up and be an alpha.
Wait a minute. What if X was the target? Culkin. And he was freaked out after X and E that he ran upstairs and was going to go out that way. No, sir. Listen back.
Do me. I can.
Okay, even the Fox reporter, like, let's get back to inside. What Steve G's mad about? Like, I want to know what the fuck happened. What made him go up those steps? Xana was inside looking. Look at this. This is from Reddit. What did you guys take from the dad's comments about the steps? Inside looking says, isn't it obvious? Target says Shelly. Dylan heard Kaylee say someone's in the house. He then goes upstairs. Then goes to Xana again. She was crying. Says, I'm going to help you. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay, let me think that through again. Xana was the target. Dylan heard Kaylee say someone's in the house. Then goes up, he then goes upstairs. So do you think he went upstairs because he's like, oh, shit, there's witnesses up there? They fought back. There was a lot of noise. Says Thrive Energy Systems. Right, but then the difference of injuries between K and M don't add up either. So maybe K was awake and Maddie was passed out. This video is from December 23rd, 2023. Sunflower Soul, that's what Inside Looking and Papa Rogers said, that M and X were the targets. I just don't understand this. He didn't need to go up the steps. And then we have Inside Looking going, isn't it obvious? Like, no, smart one. Isn't that one of his things? Fight me, smart one. No, it's not that obvious. DM saw suspect and suspect said, where's Kaylee? Xana? She pointed upstairs and hid. Yeah, I think Maddie was passed out and Kaylee heard something. Maybe she came out. Thank you for subscribing, Mark Enger. Thank you for subscribing, Jane.
You're awesome.
So I take this to mean that X was the first target. Inside Looking also goes on to say that X was the first victim. What do you guys think of that?
It makes you sick. It's sickening, I'm sure, to see the information that came out in the affidavit about how he had been by the house multiple times prior to the murders as well. I don't know if you guys knew that early on.
Steve's thinking, we knew that. Heard about it? Shit, lady, we discovered it.
Yeah, and close enough that he was touching their Wi-Fi. His phone was touching their Wi-Fi. Yeah, so
we've all heard him say this before, but this right here is what I never heard before. Yeah, I never heard him say that. If you guys heard it, I apologize. Hi, Harlot. But this was new to me, and I find it to be absolutely mind-blowing.
You know how close that is. If you've had a laptop, you walk out into your front yard, you're not going to get too far. You walk out into your front yard, you're not going to get too far.
So obviously he knows how far their Wi-Fi extended, and he's saying if you get in your front yard, their Wi-Fi is going to cut out. That's what he's alluding to. Thank you, keeping it real, for that. Look at her face. Wait, can we just talk about her face? There, Kimmy. No, I'm just kidding. Remember, she was like, and that's why they were spending so much time on the evidence. Why are they spending so much time in that window? Well, now we know, because there was a right hand print, a left hand print, and a face print on this window. That's what we learned. This is real me right now. That doesn't even look like a window that you could fit through, to be honest. Flashlight. That's that. What is that at the very top? It's creeping me out. Is that a leaf? It's a leaf. Dear God in heaven, that was scary. And he says there's more here than you think. So,
Okay, so here's another one from Inside Looking. Kay's parents sign waivers for Kay's parents sign waivers for PD to investigate something male related. Remember that? Remember that, y'all? They had to sign for that. Remember, the G's even talked about it. Inside Looking says more here than you think.
oh, what would they have to sign a waiver for mail? Misty Johnson, it's sketchy to me that all info has been tight-lipped and only involves the government, law enforcement, judge, and attorney.
Okay, listen to this now.
I think fairly to say was more than the other victims. So curious.
Case, that's why. There's too much. I just don't know what. Something to do with her bank.
We're working with them. We're not selling them out.
And this is what Inside Looking had to say about the mail. More here than you think. Remember Christy Goncalves saying this?
So and her bank records, the amount of records on Kaylee was probably, I think fairly to say was more than the other victims.
Okay, so there's another one. One is not like the others. More warrants on Kaylee.
So curious where that's going to come.
I don't know if we got her wallet. Like,
we got things from her room. Her room really was a part of it.
I'm talking about her wallet with her ID in it and her debit card. And
Yeah.
Kaylee's mom is literally jumping out of her own skin, wanting to talk about this. You can tell she wants to talk about it. She wants to put these things together. She wants this to somehow make some kind of sense. Could have been a bank record. I was thinking that too.
Look at this. Look at this. Hold on, let's read these.
Could have been a bank record. I was thinking that too.
Here's Inside Looking. So they tell the public someone is innocent. They just killed 4 people. And then they say window was the entry. Let's see. Sliding door, exit. Look at this. The long haul has started. These are all Inside Looking from Reddit. Weird, huh? The perp is not on the list, LOL. So why have a cleared list? So why have a list then? That's not how it works. Anyone else think it's the X? He says no, LOL. See cleared list. All right, so let's get back to the documents. Over here, this is for Reddit. On December 1st, I applied and was granted a warrant for all information in Reddit's possession consisting of information related to the crime of homicide on the Reddit account of Kaylee Goncalves. Why just Kaylee? That's weird. From January 1st, 2021 to December 1st, 2022. Did you guys hear me? Why are they only requesting Kaylee's Reddit from 2021, January 1st of 2021? The whole year prior. They want to know if she was on what she was doing on Reddit. We've also got Bryan's. Right. They have to be specific, but why didn't they go from January of 2022? Why 2021, Red Trek? And my thought is, you got Bryan posting that damn creepy ass survey on Reddit. Weird. It's just wild, right? because we have Bryan Kohberger poking around on Reddit. Mm-hmm. Okay, so they got the data back and they stored it at the Moscow PD. 81. Goncalves, Gmail. On December the 5th, I applied and was granted a warrant for data related to the email address of blanket Gmail, which is Kaylee's. They downloaded her Gmail and put it in evidence. Just hers? I mean, are there going to be more? I don't know. All right, here's the Reddit warrant return. Came back on December 19th. I received an email from Reddit containing the data. In reviewing the data, I found that the account was registered on November 18th, 2020. There was one message post located, which was posted on January 22nd, 2021, under the subreddit blank, with the following text. Any idea what would cause this type of acne? Never struggled with acne before. I started developing these types of bumps on my jawline, chin, and down my neck. The rest of my face is clear. I am on a non-hormonal birth control. Copper IUD. Tried everything to get rid of it and nothing helps. The only other message I located appeared to be an automated message from Reddit on December 11, 2021. With the subject line, your 2021 Reddit recap is here. I completed the return receipt and affidavit, and these were stored with the original documents. You would think, though, that they would check all the kids, not just Kaylee. Forensic extraction K. On December 14th, 2022, I was requested to complete a forensic extraction on an iPhone provided by CK. K signed a consent to search form, and it was provided to me by FBI SA Travis Shirley. The phone was powered on. I placed it in airplane mode. Okay. And then they did a celebrate and they gave the phone back to K. Right. One warrant per person, but I don't know if these are in order or not, so I guess we'll just wait. But as of right now, one is different than the other. Definitely, why does this thing do this? Okay. Forensic extraction for B. On December 15th, now these dates are really interesting, right? I was requested to complete an extraction of a phone provided by LB. It was provided by ISP Detective Hugh Powell. The phone was powered on, and I placed an airplane. It was a Samsung Z Flip 4. They did the Celebrate examination and gave it back to that person. Lawrence Mowry, here's the Amazon warrant return. On November 26th, he applied for the kabar and sheath warrant. And on December 8th, he received an email from FAD, Federal Agent D. The email, see, Federal Agent, they got the freaking Amazon shit. And then they gave it to Moscow, and Moscow stored it. So FBI did the kabar Amazon examination. Now we are on to number 86, which is from Tyson Barrett, and this is the narrative of the Kernodle property release. On 12/13, I emailed Jeff Kernodle a property release form for Xana's personal property and her car. Kernodle told me he was going to have a blank drive down from blank and retrieve the items since he was in blank. He emailed the form back, and on the morning of 12/20, N called me and said she would be in Moscow later that morning to collect Xana's property and car. So sad. I met with N at the Moscow City shop. I released 9 boxes. See, Kaylee had how many? 21? That's the difference between probably, like, I don't know if it was like how much they owned or the amount of blood on the items that they couldn't be returned. But anyways, I think Kaylee had 20 some boxes and everybody says she moved out. That doesn't sound like someone that moved out. They released 9 boxes and the 2010 blue Honda Civic. I agree, Shane Culkin. It's really frustrating. Danny Vargas, DM, property release to attorney. So this is Dylan Mortensen. On December 21st, 4 days before Christmas, I met with RM, DM's lawyer, at the Moscow shop and released her passport, Ziploc bag full of jewelry, a small black purse, Nike Air Jordan shoes, and her North Face black puffy coat. M signed for the items. M said she would meet with D and find out when she would be collecting the remainder of her items. What a sad, horrible Christmas that must have been for all of them. Oh, here's the reinstallation of the light bulb camera from Maori. Can we get some light bulbs? Dateline did make sense to me too. Remember the part about storing of the evidence. It's very important later on. For reals, just remember the Moscow storing. Okay. Thank you, Aaron. Okay, I'll keep that in my mind. On December 22nd, I was tasked with reinstalling the exterior camera known as the light bulb camera at Blank King Road to capture some comparison video and audio. I contacted one of the tenants, TL, who gave me permission to access the residence and conduct the recording. Upon arrival, I unplugged the power to the current router and removed the camera from the light socket on the exterior of the residence. I then powered on the router I had secured from the residence earlier and installed the camera I secured as evidence earlier into the light socket. While installing the camera, I hear a crack and felt the light bulb base mount become loose. It should be noted that approximate temperature outside while installing the camera was between 5 and 9 degrees. I previously had installed the new SD card into the camera and powered on the router and camera at the Moscow Police Department to ensure the camera was functional. No, that's not what you did. You did that because you thought you were going to get evidence from it. You didn't do it to see if it worked. You knew it worked. The lady, the homeowner told you it worked. Come on now. I was then able to monitor the camera using the Home Eye Pro app on my phone. Corporal Brett Payne was able to drive a white-colored vehicle into the view of the camera. Sergeant Dustin Blaker parked a vehicle near the residence and closed the doors and trunk on the vehicle for audio comparison. A K-9 unit from Lewis County Sheriff's Office was utilized to capture barking audio comparison from the residence. Upon completion of the data collection, I powered off the evidentiary router and removed the camera from the light socket. In doing so, the base detached from the camera and a wire became disconnected. I gathered the router and camera, placed them back in their evidentiary bags, and returned them to secure forensic lab. I reinstalled the current camera and reconnected the power to the new router. I contacted L to ensure
Now, this is on December 22nd, so they've got the FBI by now. I reinstalled and contacted Elle to ensure she could access her camera, and she responded, affirmative. Corporal Payne and I then ensured the residence was locked and left the residence without further incident. I was able to download the videos collected, and they were saved to the server located in the secure computer forensic lab. All right, 89. Initial interview, Dustin Blaker. Interview with BF. This is Bethany. All video will be burned to one DVD and booked under this case number. On November 13th at around 13:47, I interviewed Bethany at the Moscow Police Department in regards to the death of 4 of her roommates. Bethany is a resident of 1122 King Road. Bethany was home sleeping in her room located on the basement floor of the residence. Bethany has an iPhone 11 Pro with passcode blank. Bethany went to the blank party around 20:30 with Ethan and Xana. They hung out in an apartment for a while together, and then Bethany went up to the main part of the fraternity to hang out at the party. Maddie and Kaylee went to the corner club together, not sure when they left. Bethany did not see Ethan and Xana at the party and left to go to K. And when she got back to 1122 King Road, D and L and M were at the residence, and they all watched a movie together. So it was Dylan, L, M, and Bethany watched a movie that night. Oh my God. Now, what I want to know is where was Bryan prior, hi Blockbuster, to 2:30 when he left to go commit the murders? Do they know? Do you guys think this is in this documents? I mean, can you imagine them sitting there watching a movie and he's like watching from out back and they had no idea? Let's see, where was I? Bethany walked home around 1-ish when she got back to 1122 King Road. D, Dylan, and L and M were at the residence. They watched a movie. Maddie and Kaylee got to the house around 1:45 or 2. L left the house and Dylan went to bed. Bethany hung out with Maddie and Kaylee for a while in Kaylee's room. So they were all hanging out in Kaylee's room. I don't know if we gathered that before. I'm not sure I'm actually comprehending everything as I read it. So I'm trying to. But I'm not sure if we heard that before or not. Bethany and Maddie took Murphy, Kaylee's dog, out to go to the bathroom between 2:30 and 3. And wasn't that the time frame of the phone calls to Jack too? Bethany did not stay outside for very long because it was cold. Maddie then went to bed and watched a TV show to help her sleep, Baby Daddy. How do we know that? How do we know that? Did she tell Bethany, I'm going to go to bed and watch Baby Daddy?
That's what I wondered, Lisa. Was he watching the house or was he watching, them, like Kaylee and Maddie? At around 4 or 4:20, Bethany heard what she thought was a firework and saw a spark on the ground from under her door. At around 4 or 4:20, Bethany heard what she thought was a firework and saw a spark on the ground from under her door. Oh, it's Bethany watching. Oh, okay. Bethany then went to bed and watched a TV show to help her sleep, baby daddy. So Bethany was watching that. Yeah, he definitely could have had a camera in there for sure. For sure. He could have been outside looking and inside looking, right? Bethany then heard Murphy barking. God, did he tase the dog? Dylan called Bethany and stated she had seen someone in the house. And Bethany told her she could come down to her room and sleep with her. Dylan went to Bethany's room and they went to bed. They woke up at around 11 and talked to other friends who came over, and they checked on Xana and Ethan and found them deceased. Bethany originally called 911 and stated her friend was passed out and would not wake up. Bethany talked about an incident with Kaylee, who stated about a month ago. So we have Kaylee in September. We have Kaylee a month ago. Saw an unknown male up above their house to the south who was staring at her when she took Murphy out to go potty. That's probably why Bethany went out with Maddie. They were probably scared. Bethany stated Kaylee broke up with her longtime boyfriend about 3 months ago because she was planning on moving to Texas. Bethany could not provide me with anything else at that time. It's just so specific. She heard what sounded like a firework and then saw a flash. Oh, good question. Where's BF and her toothache? One of them was on Indeed. All right, we're on number 90. Dustin Blaker, second interview with BF. Digital audio recorded used. Okay, so that's on recording. On November 16th, so 3 days later, I met with Bethany at her blank office at blank blank. Present during the interview beside me and Bethany were her blank, TV, and Matthew with the Nevada State Police Investigation Division. This was a follow-up interview with Bethany related to the homicide at Moscow. So they traveled to Nevada to interview her. If I was her, I'd be the same way. I'd be like, I ain't fucking coming back there. You're going to have to drag me. You're going to have to arrest me and drag me and protect me if I'm coming back to that city to talk with you. I asked Bethany who had the front door code. Bethany told me the following people had the door code: Bethany, Dylan, Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, Ethan, JM, CC, LM, Hunter Johnson, Emily, Alant, and JL. Bethany stated the above people were the only ones she knew had the code. Bethany stated the code for the front door was the same code for the year before. So there you go. Jeff Kernodle didn't put a new lock on the front door. I asked Bethany what the code was. She stated it was blank. Bethany stated Maddie was the only roommate who lived in the residence the year before. One is not like the other. Bethany stated her, Dylan, and Kaylee moved in around August 3rd of 2022. Bethany stated Ethan had his own apartment, but she was not for sure where it was located. Bethany stated Maddie kept her same room from the year before. Maddie's room was located on the 3rd floor on the east side of the residence, next to the bathroom. I asked Bethany about Murphy's routine. Murphy was Kaylee's dog. She had purchased when she was still dating Jack. Bethany stated Kaylee would primarily take Murphy out, but Maddie would also help. Bethany stated they would never just leave the door open because he would run away, so they would have to use the leash when they took him out. Bethany stated Murphy would not bark that often, and he was very friendly. Bethany stated Murphy would primarily sleep in Kaylee's room, and if Kaylee was not home, he would be left in the room. I asked Bethany about the Uber driver Maddie and Kaylee used on a regular basis. Bethany stated Kaylee knew him from other blank who used him on a regular basis. Bethany stated they would either contact the Uber driver through the app or contacted him directly. How do you pick your Uber driver? I didn't think you could do that. Bethany stated the Uber driver was very friendly and would always be nice to everyone, and everybody trusted him. Bethany was able to tell me the Uber driver was married and his wife just had a baby. Bethany said he drove a small car, possibly gray or black, but she could not tell me more about the car. I asked Bethany who in the house had a boyfriend. Bethany told me Xana was dating Ethan. Dylan was dating a boy named Quinn who lived in Boise and went to BSU. Maddie was dating Jake, who lived in Boise. Kaylee was dating Jack DeCour, but had recently broke up with him. Kaylee was possibly hanging out with MB. Bethany stated M was Xana's big in the Greek system. Bethany stated the relationship was new and that he had never stayed over at the house, but Kaylee had stayed with him possibly more than once. Bethany stated Kaylee was also talking to an ER, also a blank. Bethany stated she did not have a boyfriend, but did mention she was kind of hanging out with a KD, who was a blank, but they were not serious. I asked Bethany if she had ever heard of a CG. Bethany stated she knew of a C, and he was also a blank. Bethany stated C was a nice guy and knew Dylan. I asked Bethany if she knew a CB. She stated she did not. I asked B if she knew the person behind Kaylee and Maddie on the grub truck video. Bethany stated she did not know who the person was. I asked Bethany if she knew a guy by the name of S. Bethany stated she did not know him, but stated she had heard from a friend of Maddie's, S, that her boyfriend, JF, also a blank, that he would never want to get in a fight with S as he had anger issues. I asked B about who paid for the Spectrum Wi-Fi account. Bethany told me it was Kaylee who paid for the account. Bethany told me the login for the password was blank and the Wi-Fi name was blank. Bethany stated she did not know the actual username or login for the account. I asked Bethany if she knew of anyone who had gotten asked to leave any of the parties thrown at the house. Bethany stated 2 guys from the blank house were told to leave. JH and another guy she knew as R got into a fight and were told to leave. Bethany stated this fight occurred about a month before the incident at the house. Another guy known as R. I asked Bethany about an AC. This is Ashlyn Couch. Bethany said Ashlyn used to live at the house but moved out. I asked Bethany who used the bedroom on the west end of the first floor. Bethany stated Kaylee and Maddie used the room as an office. Bethany stated Kaylee would use it for her work and had a computer in it. I asked Bethany if any of the girls who lived in the house had jobs. Bethany told me Maddie and Xana both worked at Mad Greek on Main Street. Bethany told me Kaylee worked for an online company and worked from home. Bethany did not know who the company was. Bethany told me Maddie also looked for an online company, but it was not the same company. Bethany said the company Maddie worked for was out of Boise, and during the summer, she had worked for them in their office in Boise. So does it really sound to you like Kaylee had moved out? Bethany's talking in the present tense like, oh, Kaylee and Maddie used that as an office. Right. How was she moved out if she was still paying the bills there? There's more to that, I think. I asked Bethany about the drug use in the house and who used. Bethany told me Xana and Ethan both took Adderall when they drank alcohol. Bethany told me she saw Ethan and Xana both use Adderall the night before the murders. Bethany told me she saw Ethan take a pill and she saw Xana crush up a pill and snort it by using a rolled up pill in her room. So that was Xana's on the desk. The blue powder. There you go. It's Adderall. Bethany also said she thought Kaylee also used Adderall but was not sure. I asked Bethany if she has had any issues from any of the other people that live around them. Bethany states, besides the 3 or 4 noise complaints, there were no other issues. Steve said she didn't move yet. She was home more at the time. There's got to be a reason, right? Bethany told me Kaylee would look up who the registered sex offenders who lived in the area were. Bethany stated Kaylee had found a registered sex offender who lived in his 30s to 40s. Bethany stated Kaylee was looking at the sex offender registry within a week or so before the murders. I wonder why. A week before. However, she wasn't staying there, right? But she was looking up sex offenders in the area. I'm telling you, Kaylee felt something was off, man. Bethany stated Kaylee was into crime shows. Bethany stated there was nothing that happened to prompt her to look up the sex offender registry. I asked Bethany about 2 other incidents where Kaylee had mentioned some weird things that happened. Bethany told me about an incident at Winco where a male had followed her around the store, watched her check out, and then followed her to her vehicle. Xana was waiting in the vehicle. Bethany stated Kaylee said the male was African American in his late 20s. Bethany felt it happened sometime before Halloween, so mid to late October. Bethany stated Kaylee purchased a case of White Claws for Xana. Bethany and her roommates had found the door open on November 4th at around 10:57, and they entered the house and grabbed golf clubs out of the west first floor bedroom. Bethany and the other roommates walked around the house with the golf clubs to check the house. Kaylee was not home for this incident as she had gone home for the weekend. Wind was blowing and the screws on the hinges were loose, and Xana's dad fixed it before he left for that weekend. There you go. He didn't fix the lock, he fixed the damn hinges on the door. Kaylee told everyone about an incident where she saw a male watching her when she had taken Murphy out back to go to the bathroom. Bethany could not remember when this happened, but she could not provide an actual day. Bethany stated she had been at a chapter meeting at the time Kaylee called them, asking them if they were going to be home soon. Well, find out when the chapter meeting was, and that will tell you the day that Kaylee called you. Fuck. How hard is it to go back to the chapter meeting? Yeah, Kaylee saw the guy. saw him. The following is a timeline of events from November 12th to November 13th. Bethany stated she was the last one in the house to wake up. When she got up, Ethan was in the house, in the living room, and Kaylee, Dylan, Maddie, and Xana were all gone. Bethany felt she got up between 10 and 11 in the morning. So she woke up and they were all gone. Bethany stated she checked her Find My Friends app and saw they were at Taco Bell. Once Kaylee, Dylan, Maddie, and Xana got back, they started getting ready for the day. Kaylee, Dylan, Maddie, and Bethany were in Kaylee's room when they were getting ready for a party at blank Taylor Street, the Whites. The house belonged to B, S, and K. The apartment is located on the second floor on the far east side of the apartment building. Bethany stated this was between 11 and 12 in the afternoon. Bethany stated Kaylee left for the Whites before the rest of the group. Bethany stated she left around 2 p.m. with Maddie, Dylan, Xana, Ethan, Hunter Johnson, JL, KA, B, and SS. B stated she started drinking at around 11:30 or 12 when still at 1122. Bethany stated she was drinking mimosas and high noons throughout the night. Bethany also stated she played a drinking game called Rage Cage later in the night. Bethany felt she drank a 12-pack of high noons during the night, 2 mimosas, and a standard wine glass. Bethany was unsure of what she had been drinking when she played Rage Cage. Bethany stated she was at the Whites up until about 15:48 when she left with Xana. Maddie, Kaylee, and Dylan stayed at the Whites. Ethan had left before her and Xana. God, how confusing. Bethany and Xana left there around 1651 and went back to 1122 King Road. Bethany, Xana, Maddie, Kaylee, and Dylan were all at the house and made food. Ethan was not at the house during this time. At around 1800 hours, Bethany, Xana, Maddie, Kaylee, and Dylan all went to take a nap, and they all set alarms for 20 hours. Bethany got up at 20 hours. Once they all woke up, they got ready to go to the blank for a house party. Maddie and Bethany left first to go to P's apartment at blank at around 2100 hours. Kaylee stayed home and was not going to go to the party at blank blank. Ethan and Xana came over to the party after Bethany and Maddie. So the only one that hung back was Kaylee. One is not like the others. See that? Ethan and Xana went to this party after Bethany and Maddie. Dylan walked over at a later time, but Kaylee stayed home. But then Maddie was not there long and went back to the house to go to the club with Kaylee. Maddie left it about 9 minutes later. So I wonder if Kaylee was by herself and Maddie went to this party and she was like, dude, let's go to the bar. I don't want to hang out here or something. I don't know. Does that make sense? Maddie only stayed there for 10 minutes. It seems like maybe Kaylee was like, hey, come back. I don't know. One of Bethany's friends, YA, got to the blank and hung out with her. Bethany stated Y showed up around 2200 hours. They stayed in one of the apartments for a little longer, and she and Y went up to the main house for the blank fraternity. Bethany stated this might have been around 11:30 or 11:45. So we're getting their time frame. What about Bryan's? Oh, maybe because they were just ready to move on. I don't know. It's just weird. She was the only one that hung back. Bethany states he hung out in the main part of the house for a while, and before she left the blank fraternity, she saw Ethan and Xana in P's apartment. Bethany stated this was at around 12:17 a.m. Bethany and Y went to A's house again on Taylor. Bethany stated her, J, H, K, and Y were the only ones at the house. Bethany stated she walked home around 1 o'clock. How scary. And Dylan, L, and M were the only ones in the house. Bethany, Dylan, and L were watching Vampire Diaries for a while, and at about 1:22, L left. Dylan went to her room after L left. At around 2 o'clock, Kaylee and Maddie came home. Kaylee was getting ready for bed as they were hanging out in her room. Bethany, Maddie, and Dylan went downstairs. Okay, so Kaylee's getting changed. Bethany, Maddie, and Dylan go downstairs. And Maddie and Bethany take Murphy outside. Bethany only stayed outside for a short time, and she went back into the house and put something away in her cupboard and grabbed a bag of chips. She then went downstairs to go to bed. Bethany stated nothing was unusual about Maddie and Bethany's demeanor. Maddie and B demeanor when they came home. I think she means Maddie and Kaylee. When they came home, Bethany stated they both appeared to be happy. Bethany said Maddie was highly intoxicated and she had not seen her at that level of intoxication for a very long time. I still think it's possible that Maddie could have been slipped something at that corner club. Okay. Bethany said when she went to bed, she was using her iPad to watch a TV show off Hulu. Bethany said she was watching Baby Daddy. Bethany could not remember what episode she was watching or how long she was watching. As she was watching the show, Maddie came downstairs and asked her if she had Murphy with her because she could not find him. Bethany told her no. Bethany said her door was locked and she normally locks her door when she goes to bed. Smart girl. Bethany told me she eventually turned off the show and her iPad and went to sleep. So Maddie comes down. They're looking for Murphy. Or she's looking for Murphy, right? Because they both were outside. Bethany comes back in, gets a bag of chips, and goes to her room and turns on Hulu. Meanwhile, Maddie was outside with Murphy and lost sight of him. Then she comes to ask Bethany, do you have Murphy? Who thinks that Kohberger could have been out there with Murphy at that time? Possibly? Is it possible? I don't know. We don't have an exact time of this. Bethany said she woke up after falling asleep to hearing what she felt was a firecracker go off. And she thought she saw a sparkler going off under the crack of her door. Bethany stated she did not know what happened. Either Bethany called Dylan or Dylan called Bethany, and Dylan stated she thought she had just seen someone dressed in all black in the house. Bethany said Xana had been wearing all black. Dylan responded by saying she thought he had a ski mask on. Bethany said she didn't really know what to say to what Dylan said. Bethany admitted both her and Dylan get scared easy. Bethany even thought maybe one of Ethan's frat brothers could have been playing a joke. Bethany told Dylan to come down to her room, and Dylan ran down to her room. So they were both like that. Bethany tried calling Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan's phones, and nobody answered. Bethany said it was normal for Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan not to answer if they were sleeping if she called late at night. Bethany looked at her phone, and it showed Bethany called Dylan at 4:19. And at 4:20, Dylan called her back. During the call, Bethany asked Dylan if she heard a firecracker, and Dylan said she did. Whoa. Bethany could not recall if it was during this call where Dylan was talking about seeing someone in black walking in the house. Once Bethany and Dylan were in Bethany's room together, they continued to talk about what they heard and saw. Bethany
told me Dylan said the man in black was walking out the back door and they had made eye contact with each other. Bethany said Dylan said the male was white with a big nose and that he was possibly holding a small vacuum type object. Bethany and Dylan did not call 911 at the time because Bethany thought Dylan was imagining what she was talking about. Bethany stated her and Dylan were both still drunk and they were very groggy. Bethany told me prior to hearing the firecracker, she thought she heard Murphy bark. She also heard what she thought was the beer pong table moving and cups falling. The beer pong table was located in the living room, which is above Bethany's bedroom. Oh, God. Bethany stated she was not sure what the sequence of events were for sure, but she knows she heard Murphy bark, the beer pong table, and then the firecracker first before she called Dylan to see if she had heard the same thing. Bethany told me she tried calling Xana and Maddie at 4:21 and then tried calling Ethan at 4:22. Bethany stated she tried calling Maddie, Kaylee, and Xana several more times once Dylan got into her room. Okay, I'm going to stop because I need to see what y'all are saying. Right, Autumn, I agree. Hey, John Gone Girl. Why didn't they put big nose in the affidavit? Maybe because Dylan didn't say it. I don't know. It's hearsay. It came from Bethany. It's hearsay. Could be a gun. Oh, real life truths. I think they would have put, yeah, they said they used a leash, right? They usually had him on a leash. She said it was, yeah, she did say it was shaped like an arrow, Mike. So he must have struggled with Xana in the living room, and that because that's where the table was. Oh, any lights? That could, yep, that could make that kind of a bang. That's true. This is the last page. Then I got to get up and get a drink. Bethany told me when she went to bed, she remembers most of the lights being left on inside the house when she went to bed. Bethany told me after trying to contact the other roommates, she fell back to sleep and then woke up around 7:30 and tried calling her dad about her tooth. Bethany called her dad again at 8, but there was no answer. Her house at 8:01. Wait. Okay, her house at 8:01 with no answer. Then called her mom at 8:02, and he answered to ask and asked to talk to her dad. Her dad called back at 8:09, and she talked to him and eventually took Advil for her tooth. Bethany then fell back to sleep. Bethany woke up around 11 and noticed no one in the house was up. Bethany states this because Xana's Snapchat location was not on, and it should have been. Bethany and Dylan got scared because they should have been up. Bethany then called her friend Jay and told her she and Dylan were scared and asked if she would come and get them. Dylan then called E and asked her to come over. Dylan and Bethany knew Emily was with Hunter, so they knew he would come over with her. Hunter arrived at the house and came through the front door. Hunter went up the stairs first, and when she and Dylan went up the stairs, Hunter turned around and told Dylan and Bethany to get out of the house and to call for help, so he must have seen the blood. Bethany stated she could see Xana on the floor of her bedrooms. Bethany said Xana was wearing underwear and a sweatshirt. Okay, that's weird. Xana's sweatshirt and underwear were soaked in blood. Maybe she didn't comprehend what she was seeing.
Bethany stated the door was partially open, but stated the door should open normally. Wait. Bethany stated the door was partially open, but stated the door should normally would be closed. Bethany called 911 and was trying to talk to the dispatcher, was having a hard time talking. Bethany had to give the phone to her friend Jay so she could talk to the dispatcher. I asked Bethany if she had ever seen Xana on the floor like she did that morning. Bethany told me she has never seen this, but has heard Xana would pass out on the floor in the past when she's highly intoxicated. Bethany told me Hunter went back into the house. Bethany could not remember if Jay and E went in. Bethany told me she believed Hunter grabbed a knife from the kitchen when he went back in. Bethany stated the police arrived while she was still on the phone and she disconnected with dispatch. And that was it from Bethany. Right. She couldn't see what she was seeing. Right. That makes sense. All right. We are on number 91. I'm going to go grab a drink really quick. I will be right back. 2 seconds. Thank you, guys. Okay, I'm back. And you know what's funny? I've been wearing headphones this whole time and I really didn't need to. It's whatever. I mean, I guess I did. We played a video. A flashbang? What would that be? What's that? Hey, Cluboo. How far did you get in these, Cluboo? God, we're going on 4 hours. I don't know how long I'll go. We'll see. A little bit longer. Tyson Berret. Narrative. Mogen property release. Captain Berret. What's his dad got to do with what? Oh, she must be behind. Airburst round? I don't know if Clue could hear me, so I'm just going to type to her. He had multiple pics of thumbs up. Oh, I just went through and picked out the stuff that seemed interesting. I ain't reading all that crap. Yeah, I thought it was weird because that was his dad's Facebook profile the day, when the murders occurred. And then JLR captured it and his Facebook is gone, On the morning of 1/2/2023, I received a call from KL, this is Karen Laramie, that her blank TC was driving to Moscow to retrieve Madison's belongings, her car and her belongings. On 1/2/2023 at 10:44, I received a call from C indicating he was on his way to Moscow. I met C at the city shop at 1300 hours. C collected Madison Mogen's personal belongings, which were 7 boxes, 1 tote, and a suitcase bag. 2 of the boxes were flat and contained a mirror and other items. C and his associate JM put Mogen's car on a flatbed trailer to tow home. So again, it doesn't sound like Kaylee moved out. To me, we have 7 boxes of belongings for Maddie. We have 5 for Xana, and we have 20 some for Kaylee. Oh, my title, duh. You would have to go back to the beginning. I don't know if I have it right here. Hold on, let me see if I still have it pulled out. Yeah. So right here, this is what I showed in the beginning. If you didn't see it, That's Bryan's dad. That's Michael Koberger. And that was his Facebook profile picture when the murders happened. So it's an older picture, right? He's like in a grocery store or something, it looks like. And the police said there were a lot of pictures of Bryan in that same pose. So my question is like, yeah, is it like a thing between them? Is it, some kind of a sign? I don't know. It's just wild, right? It was just something. When I heard that interview with the investigators and they said, oh, there were a lot of the same pose, I was like, oh, Michael Koberger's picture. Hey, Jilly, what's happening? It's just a wild coincidence, right? Because here's his son doing this thumbs up after he just killed, right? This is what I said earlier, Clue. Na 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 na. 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 Why don't you think it's his dad's thumb, Kelsey? You're the pro on fingers. Kelsey found a finger in a lake here in Florida. Here's another thing. Why did Michael Koberger get stopped on Christmas Eve in PA? Yeah, I think his hand's messed up. I think it's injured. Look at it. It's like he cut it off or something. It's like he had it got cut off and put back on. Haven't you ever seen that happen? Where people accidentally... No, this is him. I saw his Facebook, y'all. This is really him. It's just an older picture. And no, you wouldn't see the nail. The nail's on the other side. That's his finger. That's his thumb skin. Remember the Wendy's lady who found a thumb? I don't know. It looks like something funky happened to his thumb. That's all. Yeah, and that's... Let me find a picture of him in the damn car. It totally is him. It's just older. You can see the edge of it. It looks like it's thick, All right, Michael Koberger. I'll get another one so you guys believe me, but look at the nose. Look at the nose, too. He's just older, dude. He's in his 60s now. This was probably when he was in his 50s. Here's old man Koberger. All right, there's him in the cop car. Okay, and then let me see if I can get one where he's standing in the yard of his house, because there's those ones as well. He had a mask on the other time, right? But Daily Mail creeped him out. And here we go. Oh. Michael Koberger's got on some big gloves in this one. Look at this. Right here. See, he's got these gloves on or whatever. I think he's cleaning up the glass or whatever. But I'm going to zoom in on the face so I can prove that it's It's him, just a younger Michael. It's all the same dude. And then we have Mama. We'll put the whole family up again. Where is it? And then here's Mom and sister. It's all the same dude. Anyways, I thought it was weird. I don't know what it's about. I don't think I'll ever find out, but whatever. They're creepy and they're kooky. He looks like both of them, though. You can see both of them in him, in my opinion. Cornburger. What's up, Simpson Road Larry? Well, Lisa Cube, I'm dying to know what they talked about for 2,200 hours while he was locked up. I wonder what happened to his other sister, right? Maybe she decided to fucking separate and move on. I don't know. Yeah, she's been really quiet. Well, that's what I said. There's less, things to have blood on them because her room wasn't touched, but that's not someone who moved out. 22 boxes of things isn't someone who moved out. And yes, I do believe there was less things because a lot of things couldn't be given back, right? Hey, Delaney. Okay. So we're moving on. We're on 92. Roger Lanier. Here's the disaster services response. Oh, this is when they went in and were like, oh, we're going to clean everything up. Remember this? And that was when Bryan got his attorney, Ann Taylor, and she said, hold the phone. She said, hold the damn phone. And I've got a video clip to go with this that is fire. Hold on. Let me find it. We're going to read it, and then we're going to watch this short clip. Okay, there it is. I found it. All right. So this is Lanier Disaster Services response. On December 30th, this is Bryan's arrest date. The day he's arrested, he's not even, extradited back, right? At 8:45 in the morning, Disaster Services responded to 1122 King Road to being cleaning the residence of biohazards and other chemicals used during the crime scene processing. This was a pre-arranged response. When did they arrange it? And why in the hell would you clean it before you have an arrest? As members of disaster response were setting up their tents and barriers, I received a call from the Latah County prosecutor, Bill Thompson. Mr. Thompson advised me that a judge's order had just been issued requesting all mitigation and cleanup be halted immediately. At that point, I instructed the disaster services crew members to stop. I confirmed to the door that the door to the residence had not been opened and no one had entered yet. I checked the evidence tape on the door to ensure the seal had not been broken. I stood by while all of the equipment was loaded back into the response trailer and the entire team left the area. I returned the scene back over to the Northern States security guard and replaced the barricade tape across the parking area entrance. I left the scene at that time. Another interesting thing. Hold on. Northern States Security. During the investigation, it was Hell's Canyon Security. And remember when I looked up Hell's Canyon Security and it looked like a fake website? Who thinks that was the FBI? Let me see if I can find my video on that. Hang on. Canyon Security. Idaho murders. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Nope, but I found, let me see. I wonder if JLR did the same. It's funny, I can't find my own, but here's JLR. All right, let's check this out. This is entitled Hell's Canyon Security. Bryan Kohberger and Hell's Canyon Security outside the Moscow, Idaho house. Watch.
Investigates. I am covering the Moscow, Idaho case. The case where 4 college students were brutally stabbed during the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022, inside a home. And authorities have...
Okay, watch.
Hell's Canyon Security. Very odd and strange name. But who are they? Who's paying for them to be there? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why are they there? Are they there because
we asked the same question. I got to find my video on this too. I need to make a note of that. Find the Hell's Canyon video because I went to their website and everything.
Police department of Moscow put them there? Are they there because the homeowner of that home is there? Are they there because the University of Idaho, which the homeowner apparently gifted the home to, wants them there? But here's some information about Hell's Canyon Security. So this is the public website for Hell's Canyon Security, LLC. You see they're based in Lewiston, Idaho. Office hours Monday through Thursday, 10:30.
Look at their car. Look at their car, dude. But I thought it was Northern States Security. Huh? What's going on here?
a.m. to 5 p.m. Friday, 10:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. They're closed on the weekends and on holiday days. They're looking for people to join their team. You can apply to work for them. With crime at an all-time high across the nation, you need trusted safety and security measures for your home and business. Let Hell's Canyon Security of Lewiston, Idaho help keep you and your family or businesses safe. We provide home and business security solutions and government contracting. And it lists here their available services: in-store items, property checks, securing staffing, construction security, special event staffing, government contracting. And they said check them out on Facebook, Hell's Canyon LLC. So it's showing their information.
See, it's a vet. It's a vet.
So what do you think about this? Let's look, for instance, property checks. Click on this, property and building security checks. It's not always easy to secure your property or business, especially after business hours or when you're away from home on vacation. You may feel that the police can respond and handle any situation related to your property in a timely manner, which is true only if they are made aware of the problem. You may have property damage, vandalism, theft, and trespassing issues which can and does occur after business hours. You should ask yourself, do I have the systems in place to alert police when there's a problem with my property when crime happens? Hell's Canyon Security offers extra layers of protection for your home or business when you're away to help add to your safety and security. Home property checks for a low daily fee while you're away from home. Ununiformed security guard will check on your home and property twice a day. Think of us as a home sitter for less of the cost. Our staff will talk with you in person about any concerns you may have about your property while you are away and notify you or law enforcement immediately upon discovery of a problem. If you're worried about theft, burglary, or trespassing, let the professionals with Hell's Canyon Security give you the peace of mind while you're away that your property will be taken care of and checked on. And it lists what they do.
Right?
Check your property, check your doors. $10 per check. So $10 per check, they'll come to your home.
$10.
That's just one of the many services. They got special event staffing, security, you know, at crowd control and gate security. And then in Bryan Kohlberger, Moscow, Idaho case, in this instance, they are perched in front of the home with the same car here, the blue, white, and yellow vehicle that you've been seeing in front of the Moscow, Idaho home. This is what they do. Who hired these people? How much are they getting paid to sit in front of the Moscow? So this was an article put out on 12/6/2022. This was at the time before Bryan Kohlberger.
Well, I just want to know why it's called Northern States Security. Okay, that's not meshing. It's not matching up. I know, it's so funny. But that's not who they used. They turned the scene back over on December 30th to Northern States Security, not Hell's Canyon. So what's up with that? I would like to know. Number 93. I love pulling these little tidbits out and matching them with the documents. They messed up and used the wrong cover. I think so too. Transportation of DNA profile to Othram Inc. in Houston, Texas. On November 21st, 2022, I traveled from Moscow to Meridian to drop off evidence at the Idaho State Police Forensic Laboratory. This is Dustin Blaker. After getting evidence into the lab, I signed for a DNA profile which had been generated by the ISP Forensic Lab. This DNA profile was collected from a knife sheath, which was found by ISP investigators from District 2 during the initial search of 1122 King Road on November 30th. So I wonder if we can get ISP records. Can we FOIA those? Yeah, I think it's both FBI. Northern states, right. The sheath had been transported to the lab by ISP troopers. The DNA profile was stored in a vial, which was then packaged in an evidence envelope by ISP lab technicians and properly sealed with evidence tape. I signed the package showing I was taking possession of it on 11/21, sometime between 16:30 and 1700 hours. Once I took possession of the DNA profile, it stayed in the box provided to me by the ISP lab until 11/22. At around 3:30, when I removed it from the box and placed it in a small backpack. At 3:30 in the morning? The backpack then stayed in my possession. He flew it there. The only time it was not physically holding, the backpack then stayed in my possession. The only time I was not physically holding the backpack was when I went through TSA security at the Boise airport. I was able to see the backpack as it went through the security system and subsequent check of my carry-on by TSA. The envelope DNA sample was never left the backpack at any time during the security check. I arrived in Houston around 1400 hours Central Time. I traveled to Othram, which is located at blank in Woodlands, Texas. I arrived at Othram around 1500 hours. I handed the envelope with the DNA profile to a JF employee for Othram. We completed the chain of evidence paperwork both on the envelope and also on a form provided to me by Othram. I have burned all of these files onto a DVD, which was booked into evidence.
You can FOIA the FBI, but they won't give you shit. I did a full FBI FOIA in Gabby Petito's case, never got shit. I got a response saying they received my request, but I never received shit. No, they don't. I mean, not in my experience, they haven't released. All right, here we go. Lawrence Mowry, Kohberger, Gmail warrant. Now we're into after the arrest. On January 4th of 2023, I applied and was granted a warrant for data relating to the email address of blank@gmail.com. I don't think his emails should be blanked out anymore. Chris Watts weren't. Why are they still protecting Kohberger's information? We should know his email. We knew Chris Watts' phone number. I was able to call his phone number and hear his voicemail. Yeah, same, Tammy. On January 4th, I received an email from Google stating the data was available. I logged into the Google law enforcement portal and downloaded to the Moscow Police Department Forensic Computer Lab. And then he sent them to the prosecutor. Some of them were sent to the prosecutor, some weren't. I wonder what was in Bryan Kohberger's emails. UPS warrant on January 4th or January 2nd. Corporal Brett Payne was granted a warrant for video obtained by UPS. On December 5th, the warrant was served via email to blank@ups.com, and then they received a video from UPS, but no further information on what that entailed. Number 96, rather. Towing of vehicles and removal of ECUs, Dustin Blaker. ECM for Jeep Wrangler, ECM for Ford Explorer, and ECM for Chevy Cruze. On November 29th, rather, I was tasked with having 5 vehicles from 1122 King Road moved to the city shop on North Van Buren. Blank Towing was the only vehicle able to accommodate the towing of the vehicles. I watched blank hook up each vehicle, then I followed to the city shop. On 11/29, I meet with DA, FBI, DFE agent out of Salt Lake City. I assisted Agent A with removing the ECU from the Jeep Wrangler belonging to Ethan Chapin. After the ECU was removed, I took possession of it and booked it into property. On 11/30, Aaron Morris was with Agent A when he removed ECUs from a Ford Explorer belonging to Ethan Chapin and a Chevrolet Cruze belonging to Madison Mogen. So, okay, both of them were Ethan's. Was it one his brother's? Or Officer Morris took possession of the ECUs and I assisted him with booking them into property. The ECUs were then shipped to Salt Lake City so the FBI could retrieve data from them. Once they were done, they shipped the ECUs back to the PD. I received a large package around December 22nd. I opened the package on the 27th and found 3 ECUs in the box. We were told Agent A would not be able to come back for several weeks to reinstall the ECUs. I contacted KR Blank Fleet Advisor, ISR, if he and his mechanics could reinstall the ECUs, and he told me they could. I provided him with the ECUs and they had them installed the same day. Well, the FBI field office in Salt Lake City is probably the closest, like, big field office.
I don't know. Maybe we haven't gotten to that yet, Gray Pearl. Number 97. Dustin Blaker. Transport of deceased to blank. On November 13th, I was... Hang on. Shoot. On November 13th, I was at 1122 King Road assisting with a homicide investigation and search warrant. Blank was called to remove the 4 deceased and then transport them to Spokane for... Why are we protecting who transported the bodies? That's weird, too. For them to be... Wait, hold on. Was called to remove the 4 deceased and then transport them to Spokane for autopsies to be performed at around 21:28. So this was at night. I had Officer Jay Waters follow Blank when they transported Xana and Ethan to the facility. I had Officer Waters stay at Blank with Xana and Ethan so they could return and transport Kaylee and Madison. I followed Blank from 1122 King Road back to their facility after they collected Kaylee and Madison. Once at Blank, I watched PH blank blank place name tags on the 4 deceased along with corresponding numbers to help identify them. I then placed evidence tape on the body bags, sealing the bags up until they arrive in Spokane and the autopsies can be completed. I photographed the evidence tape and I've burned these onto a DVD, which I booked into evidence. I then saw H place the 4 deceased into a cooler located in his facility. Number 98. Lawrence Mowry. Elan Warrant Service. Date. On December 22nd, 2022, I applied for and was granted a warrant for financial records, excuse me, from Elan Financial Services for Kaylee. A debit card was found with Kaylee's name on it in her residence. The warrant was requested to see if any financial transactions could be located showing evidence in her murder. FBI Special Agent Douglas assisted in the service of the warrant to Elan Financial. On January 5th, they received the files and logged them in. In examining the data, it appeared the account was registered to LL Kaylee Goncalves blank. I think that's her grandmother. Lawrence Mowry, Blue Ridge Warrant Services. On December 12, 2022, I applied for and was granted a warrant for sales records from Blue Ridge Knives for Kabar USMC fighting knife sheath and known purchases and quantities of Blue Ridge knives from Kabar, including on or about 3/8/2022 and the purchase of 360 units on or about 6/24/2022, the purchase of 480 units. Blue Ridge Knives are a wholesaler for Kabar knives and sheaths. FBI Special Agent Douglas assisted in the service of the warrant. And look at, they copied and pasted because it says here to Elan Financial. That was the previous warrant. It's not Elan Financial. This is Blue Ridge Knives. So clearly they copied and pasted too. And then on December 16th, they received the files and logged them. And number 100, this is the last one of this batch. Extreme Networks. This is where Kaylee had gotten a job, I believe. On December 12th, I applied for and was granted a warrant for Extreme Networks to assist in unlocking a laptop located in the residence located at 1122 King Road. So a month later, hey Flo, thank you for sending over 5 memberships. If you received one. Kelly Barrison, Cryptic T, Jaded, Locked and Loaded, Gray Pearl,
Make sure you thank Flobo. So it took a month to forensically examine Kaylee's laptop. They couldn't even get into it what? I think his parents got a second one because they probably just wanted to be sure. I don't know. The laptop was being used by Kaylee as a paid employee of Extreme Networks. The warrant requested permission for Extreme Networks to unlock or provide a password for the laptop. An entire month later? Sergeant Neil Uhrig assisted in the forensic examination. This has nothing to do with the FBI, this one. I forwarded the warrant to Sergeant Uhrig, who then served the warrant on December 12th. And then on the 14th, they got it back. And this allowed the data from the laptop to be forensically acquired and examined by Sergeant Uhrig. Again, Kaylee, right? How do I get back to the main thing? So we got through those 100. I need to get back to the main page. Give me a sec. Okay. Hopefully this works. Yep. Okay, here we go. We're going to start with 101. And we'll go for a little while longer. Okay, this is a supplement of Brett Payne. Collection of additional evidence. This is on 1/6, January 6th. They went back to the house and got the nightstand, pink comforter, blue blanket, pillows, mattress, bed frame, pillows, sheet, nightstand, and pillows. At approximately 1,400 hours on 1/6, so this is a week after Bryan Kohberger was arrested. So wait a second. Hold the phone. Hold the phone, guys. This is big. Hold on. I need to come on camera for this. Hold the phone. This is weird. Maybe I'm misreading into this, but I need you to see me. I need to see you. This is January 6th. What was the date that they were there to clean? The 30th? So they were going to send cleaners in with all of this stuff inside still? What? What? How could they send mitigation in there with evidence in there? That's a bing bong.
Bing bong.
I can't see you having a bunch of cleaning guys around evidence. Yeah, you wouldn't have a bunch of people around there. Something ain't right. This all sat in there for 3 months? What? No, it clearly says right here on the 6th. No, they didn't leave the Watts house sitting like that. No, there was no, they took all the evidence out of the Watts house. I mean, this is what they died on. This is the pillows they were laying on. This is the fucking comforter they were covered with. And it sat there from November 13th to January the 6th? What did he say about it, Chrissy? That should have been taken out as evidence. That sounds weird to me. Yeah, we just looked at those pictures yesterday. Let's see if we can find them again. Right here. January 6th, Bryan Enton was there.
Kohberger's defense attorney, the public defender here in Idaho, filed a motion asking that the crime scene be preserved, because you'll remember there was a time where they started to clean it up and said they were going to return it to the property manager. So the attorney filed a motion with the court, and the judge agreed that it should stay preserved and a crime scene for the time being until at least February 1st. And then today, this was a very interesting development. This afternoon, you see they started removing things from the house. Those are detectives there taking some furniture away that they wrapped in tarps. That almost looked like perhaps a bed frame that you see right there going into the back of a pickup truck. And then they also took out several mattresses that were wrapped in plastic and some kind of covers, loaded.
And this doesn't look right to me now. They were going to try to clean it with all this stuff inside. They were going to have a cleaning crew go in the house. Yeah, this is literally, look, 1/6/2023.
The items into those trucks along with some other pieces of furniture. They were there for about an hour or so going in and out. And just within the last 5 minutes, they have left the house, taken that furniture away and closed it back up. Why they are doing this right now, we don't know. But remember, even though we got that probable cause affidavit yesterday, this is still an active investigation. They continue to go over evidence. They continue to look at everything. And this just proves that, this new video.
That's crazy. Look at the photos. I mean, you could see the blood right through it. And you know what was wild is there, here's the crime scene cleanup right here. Look at this. It says crews enter. They say the crews didn't enter. They're saying the crews didn't enter, that they had to pack up all their stuff. Where's all their stuff? I don't see their stuff sitting out. Trucks pictured outside the home were labeled disaster response. Is this the FBI as well? Like, what is going on? Look at, there it is. This is June 27th, 2023. I think that's when they actually did clean it. That's when they actually did clean it. Moscow Police Department removed victims' personal belongings at family's request. That was December the 7th. So their personal belongings weren't there, but all the evidence was. Chief James Fry says it's important for him to personally be here with his officers, box up these items so they could, in a sense, be there for the family and give them back items that might help them heal. And he pulled in a U-Haul that said Pennsylvania on the side. The chief himself drove the U-Haul into the driveway. It's not something police typically do, but Idaho State Police spokesperson Aaron Snell says, in this case, it was appropriate. We've had the crime scene for quite some time, and the family would like back someone's belongings. There's undoubtedly some sentimental issues, and I think it will help with a little bit of the healing, and we want to be a part of that process. Weird. Oh, look at these photos. I never saw these. Police remove items. This is December 7th, but they have different pictures. I know. Look at the happy face killer trying to be relevant. Look how dumb he looks. Look. Look on the bottom. Look at the happy face killer. The removal of items appears to indicate the FBI and Moscow, Idaho police forensic teams have concluded gathering evidence from the home. Oh, look at that. December 7th. This is a big bing bong, in my opinion.
Bing bong.
December 7th. Look at what the post says. The removal of items appears to indicate the FBI and Moscow, Idaho police forensic teams have concluded gathering evidence from the home. But then we fast forward to January 7th, and that's when they're removing the evidence from the home. So they did this backwards. They should have removed the evidence and then gave the stuff back. Think about it. Oh, let's listen to him. What's he saying here? With his freaking smirk. Oh, look, there he is. Packing up. Look. Look at, there's Fry personally packing the stuff up. Well, I would think what happens in a crime scene is that they go in and they take all the evidence that they need before they give personal belongings back. They don't give personal belongings back and then pick out evidence. They get all their evidence first. Oh my God. I need Cletus to go, oh my God. Yeah, they went in there with blood everywhere and removed. Yes, that's what they did. That's what the hell they did. Look, did you see him? Oh, they're recording me. Watch him. Watch him walk past this window. Look. Look. Look at Dum Dum. Look at this. Look at it. It says Pennsylvania on the side. December 7th. And then it has Pennsylvania. The core of discovery heads westward. And then they're talking about Lewis and Clark. But look, it says Pennsylvania. Oh, you guys can't see it. Shit. That's weird, right? I don't know. Karma is a cat. Right, Autumn? Exactly. And look at all the garbage. Still, look at this. Look at this. Oh, yeah, we were thorough. Look at the garbage is still piled up. Look over the top of that SUV. The garbage that was there is still there. It says Pennsylvania right there on the U-Haul. There's the Lanier back here. And then you've got someone watching up here. Who's that? Who's up there watching? Looky Loo. See the Looky Loo up here? And they had no idea the media was watching every move. Every move. They couldn't do anything. And look at, they had to carry. Look at, they even took pillows. All the bloody evidence is still in there. And look. Oh, these are reporters over here. Look at, they were like, holy shit. They were watched like hawks. Everything they did. Everything they did. But look at, they're carrying out pillows. And we just found out that the bloody pillows and sheets and everything were all still in there. Ethan's mom said there was a lot of blood on the items she got back and she was further traumatized. Wow. You're right. This is weird to give them back their items in less than a month. Right, K. Miller. And then they put it in truck beds. Creepy. Weird. I mean, we've got a desk chair. Look at all these items. They're not even, look at, they're sticking out of laundry baskets. It's just, it's weird. I mean, what the heck? How did they determine what to throw in this laundry hamper? This is not how you handle evidence. Alice, right? Alice said, imagine if they weren't being watched. Look, we got a vacuum. Look at, we got a TV that's labeled someone's TV. Yeah, these are sentimental items. Oh, gosh, I bet that TV is going to make them feel so much more, you know, comforted. No, Xana's white chair was fuzzy. It was a fuzzy chair. But look at this. Look at that desk. It could have been in Bethany's room, but still. Look at this table. Where is that from? Now listen, not only that,
Look how many officers are trampsing in and out. Yeah, so her white fuzzy chair was still in there until the 7th of January. Maybe. But they did not take the mattresses. They did not take the bedding until January 7th. And I've watched a lot of crime scene shows like FBI Files from the 80s, and they didn't even do this shit in the 80s.
Went in to gather the belongings, and we're just trying to get stuff back to the families so that they can have some closure.
Okay. What did you guys kind of take out? Was it specific things the family wanted?
Some of the things that the family wanted, and just other belongings over there. You know, we have a job to do, and I said yesterday that we're going to do our job. We're going to do it to the best of our ability, and we owe this to the family. We owe this to the victims. We owe this to our community. So we're going to continue on with
it. Y'all, they even have shit in the front seat. He even has shit in the front seat next to him. Tay, I'm not saying that you don't want anything. I'm saying this was an active investigation that they went in and cherry-picked items to remove. We don't know what was in the boxes. Did the parents get all the box? We don't know. It's weird. He's got shit in the front seat even. This isn't like careful crime scene protocol. How do they know what had blood on it and what didn't? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is weird. And then they're just putting it in that thing. It's so weird. I didn't notice the beer pong table because this isn't evidence, right? This is their personal shit. Whoops, sorry. How do I get out of this? There we go. It's so strange, right? I mean, it doesn't even look like it's inventoried, if you will. If they were only, listen, you guys, if they were only in there for a few hours, boxing shit up, they threw things in boxes. They threw things in boxes. Where is there a list? Did someone make a running list? I don't know. There should be a list of this stuff that they removed. The college was donated the house, yeah. They should have never given any evidence that had blood. Do you want to know something else weird? They gave Maddie's mom back Maddie's sweatshirt that she was wearing. I mean, none of this is tagged. None of it looks like it's marked. It looks like they used masking tape to write bedroom whatever on the TV. Right. Dumped in the hamper, items 10 through 34. Simplify, I think it matters because we're going back through what we didn't know when this was happening. That's why it matters. It was a shitty investigation. They should have never removed and cherry-picked items, hey, Sue M, from an active crime scene. It's very bizarre. All right, let's get back to our report. So just to reiterate, Brett Payne
on the 6th of January, went in the house to collect the following: a nightstand, pink comforter, blue blanket, pillows, mattress, bed frame, pillows, sheet, nightstand, and pillows. Right. Who decided what was relevant and what wasn't? Yep. K. Miller's spot on. We haven't had any info for years. We've had to basically start all over to understand it all. And now I see why it was all sealed, why everyone was gagged. Talk about dropping balls all over. Yeah, they set it up like a garage sale. They took all these items. They didn't know whose was whose, like in the kitchen, whatever. And they put it in different rooms. Like, oh, this is the kitchen. Wander through here and see what is your kids. And can you imagine the smell? Hey, say what? Welcome. But they had Hell's Canyon guarding it. Cast off microscopic blood could be on anything in those rooms. Whoever owned the house wanted it clean to get it into shape and rent it again. Well, it was an active crime scene, so I don't know how that could ever have been done. Think about Dylan and Bethany. Once they went outside the house and called 911, they couldn't go back in to even get their shoes. It's crazy. Hey, Potato. I'm glad you're still listening. Hell's Canyon in northern states. All right, let's move on to 102. Let's see what 102 brings us. Danny Vargas. Release of Dylan Mortensen's personal items. On January 5th, I learned from Bill Thompson, per the recent signed court order to hold all evidence, Dylan's items fell under that order. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. So they gave, oh, Jesus Christ. They gave it all back and then had to recollect it. Thompson stated his office would contact Dylan Mortensen and make arrangements to have Dylan's items returned to MPD. Stop. On January 6th, Sergeant Blaker traveled to Boise and picked up Dylan's personal belongings from LR and transported them back to the MPD. Stop it right now. Oh my God. Yep, because they did it fucking backwards. This is horrible. Fuck. All right, let's move on to the next one. Okay, now we switch gears to Bryan. Danny Vargas met Kohberger's neighbors, FA and AA. Right, let's get it back. Right, useless. Unbelievable, man. On December 30th, 2022, at approximately 6:30 in the morning, I stood by while a search warrant was served at blank, the residence of Bryan Kohberger. While on scene, one of the neighbors, AA, who lived in the same building, stated her husband returned home and he might have additional information to add regarding Bryan. A had been interviewed earlier in the day by several FBI agents prior to F returning home. Detective Mowry and I met with A and F, A in their apartment. I recorded the conversation with my phone and informed F and A I would be recording our conversation, which they were fine with. Now, who is this? This is Danny Vargas, the female detective. A said she had been speaking with Bryan about the questions she was asked. Or wait, I'm sorry, not Bryan. A said she had been speaking with F about the questions she was asked. One question being if she had ever seen Bryan with anyone else. F told me she did remember a time when they returned home and she saw Bryan sitting on the stairs leading up to his apartment next to a male. F and A described the male as having light brown skin, a sleeve tattoo on his left arm, wearing a sleeveless shirt and shorts. F said that male was riding a dark color blue or black Harley type motorcycle. F said the motorcycle was not a sport bike and very loud. F said he and A both noticed Bryan and the male talking, but said as they got closer, both Bryan and the male stopped talking and looked at them. A said Bryan acknowledged them and asked how it was going. A said it seemed as if Bryan was acting overly nice. A and F said when they walked away to their apartment, Bryan and the male were still silent and did not continue their conversation. F said he saw the male get up and heard the motorcycle start, but did not see him drive off. F and A said this was the only time they ever saw this person and or saw or heard the motorcycle. Wouldn't they know if the guy lived there, though? F and A said Bryan seemed like a quiet person, and they remembered meeting Bryan's dad when Bryan moved in. F said Bryan's dad was very talkative. F and A said Bryan's car was always clean and neat, even on rainy days. A said Bryan would often park his car right in front of their bedroom window, and they would notice the headlights when he came and went. F and A did not notice when and if Bryan changed the plates on his vehicle. Okay, so they noticed when he came and went. I wonder how often he came and went in the middle of the night. F looked through his phone and thought on the night of the murders, he probably went to bed around midnight. F did not remember seeing lights from Bryan's car and or knowing if Bryan was home or not. So if F would have got on the stand, F said here, right here, Bryan would often park his car right in front of their bedroom, and they would notice when he came and went. But then over here, he says he didn't remember seeing lights from Bryan's car. F mentioned on another occasion seeing Bryan return home around 1 o'clock in the morning and said he was wearing dark clothing, had on a dark colored backpack. And when he said hi to him, he seemed pretty short with them. Okay, that's not suspicious. F did not remember what day this occurred, but said it was not the same night of the murders. A said she worked late hours and would also see Bryan returning home around the same time she would, around 1 or 2. Hey, Liza. Yeah, the sweatshirt should have been evidence, right? And her mom was like, no, he sat in Xana's room, not Kaylee's or Maddie's crimes. His car was clean when he was driving. Yeah, it wasn't clean when they got pulled over. It was really dirty. But they didn't have their guy. Yeah, Maddie's sweatshirt was in her room, and her mom said in that documentary that she got that back because it didn't have blood on it. But she was wearing the Idaho sweatshirt the day before. The last pictures of Maddie are the sweatshirt pictures. I would have saved that and used that in trial for a little more jolting the jury, if you will. The last picture of Maddie alive is in that sweatshirt. All right, 104. Interview with MM with Brett Payne. I'm assuming this is the DoorDash. Yep, this is the DoorDash. That's true, Bayou. Yeah, they just wanted this all to go away. All to go away, I agree. All right, so on November 23rd, 2022, MM came to the Moscow Police Department to be interviewed about her presence in the area of 1122 King Road during the early morning hours of November 13th. M was identified as being in the area through records obtained from DoorDash via a search warrant and was confirmed as being in the area based off a Google geofence warrant, which was obtained as a result of this investigation. I was accompanied by FBI Special Agent Alex Skelton during this interview. I wonder why she didn't come forward. Probably because all her legal troubles. In what pics, Crimes? That was from the documentary. That was a recreation. And that was Maddie's chair. Another thing no one has mentioned is that there are actually steps going to the parking lot. Oh. Do you think BK was watching the DoorDash car? Right. I know her husband was murdered. But like if you dropped off a DoorDash to the murder house, wouldn't you call the police and say, "Oh my God, I dropped off a DoorDash to this poor girl"? I mean, fuck, it's a murder investigation. I think it's weird. I would definitely come forward. I was like, "Oh, I was there." M told me she worked for 12 to 18 hours on the night of November 12th to the 13th and received 3 orders in the King Road, Queen Road area. That's interesting. Two of the orders were at the blank Queen Road apartment complex, which is immediately to the east of 1122. M said the delivery at 1122 King Road was her final order of the evening. M said she could not find 1122 King Road address as the address number was hidden by the porch light, which caused her to remain in the area for approximately 15 minutes. She was there for 15 minutes because she couldn't find it? Lord. So that's how she seen him. All right, let's keep going. M also stated her Google Maps told her to go to the parking lot immediately behind. So she did go behind. Her GPS took her behind King Road, the parking lot back there. M stated she initially parked in front of 1122 King Road and could see a female in the top left window. The 3rd story bathroom. M said she saw the same female a couple more times in the same window, and she would duck down when M looked at her. What? And this was at 3:59? Who the hell was on the third floor looking out? What? Was she tripping? M then said she drove to the back parking lot behind 1122 King Road and parked. She stated she could see the back courtyard area behind the house. Hold on. And noticed all the lights were on. M stated her map told her to walk into the back of the house, but she did not feel comfortable doing so because there was no path. M said she started to walk down the road, which runs north and south immediately to the east of the residence. M stated a tan sedan drove next to her while she was walking. What the hell? A tan sedan following her? Like, she said there was one male driver and noticed he did not look at me. She said he looked completely zoned and just drove by her. M later stated the driver was white with blonde or red spiky hair. It would look tan under the lights, right? With white or red spiky hair. Now remember, the lights are orange. The lights are orange. M also noticed the dome light in the car was on when it went by, and later told me the male was wearing a light-colored collared shirt. M stated she walked back up to her car and drove back to the front of 1122 King Road, at which point she saw the address numbers. M said she placed the order at the front door, took a picture, and then left at approximately 4 o'clock. During the time M was in the area of the King Road residence, the white Elantra can be seen via the blank King Road camera driving back and forth on Walenta, and then enter the King Road Queen Road loop at approximately 3:56. At the point M pulled into the front parking lot before she dropped her order off, the white Elantra pulled in behind M's vehicle. She saw the Elantra. Yeah, I heard someone was leaving to go to work at that time. I do remember hearing that. He might have gelled his hair and made it spike up. Faraday, I think that was someone going to work or something. Because if you're walking that path, you're gonna drive slow. You're gonna drive slow because you're going around that curve and she's there and whatever. Maybe he had a wig on. I don't know. We had no wig found, so he has curly hair. He could, but I don't think that was him. Okay, let's keep going. Oh, this could be what Bethany saw. I continued to question M about her time near the residence. She told me she walked down Queen Road at one point with her flashlight out. M can be seen doing so on the footage from blank King Road. M also continued to tell me the female she saw in the upstairs bathroom window would duck down when M looked at her. M described her as having long brown hair. M stated she could not identify the girl as one of the victims. Approximately 30 minutes into the interview, S.A. Skelton requested M take part in a cognitive interview. M agreed, and S.A. Skelton began the cognitive interview. During this interview, M confirmed much of the information she already told us. What's a cognitive interview? What does that mean? But you guys, if it was 3:59, remember? Well, wait a minute. Now I'm confused on the times when they said they were all hanging out up in the upstairs. Oh, okay. Her memory. What does that entail, though? Yeah, there's a third-story bathroom. That's Maddie's. But the window doesn't face, I don't think, the front. I don't know. Approximately 30. Okay, so they did that. She confirmed much of the information she already told us. M was able to remember she had her dog with her during one of her walks in the area, but did not clarify much more in the ways of details of the evening. We thanked her for her interview cooperation, offered any support she may need, and concluded our interview. Subsequent investigation of video footage and cellular data showed the tan sedan M saw was likely a light-colored SUV which left the area. Moreover, it does not appear M saw the white Elantra at any point during her time at the residence. Huh? But she says here, what do you mean she didn't say it? She said it right here. At the point M pulled into the front parking lot before she dropped the order off, the white Elantra pulled in behind M's vehicle and then exited the King Road at 3:58. What do they mean? It does not appear she saw the white Elantra. She just said she did. Yep, the flash from was the door dash. Yep. She didn't see it, but she said she did. Okay. That makes sense. Thank you, Tammy, for your super chat. And then they were just done with her. What date was this? November 23rd. She said she saw it, but then they said she didn't see it. I want to know why the font is so different on these pages. It's weird. Like, why is this font right here different than this font? Thank you, Three Sides. Thank you, Three Sides. No, it said it didn't. She didn't see it behind her. No, I'll read it again. At the point M pulled into the front parking lot before she dropped the order off, the white Elantra pulled in behind M's vehicle, a gray Subaru Forester, and then exited the King Road at approximately 3:58. M did not mention seeing the white Elantra behind her at any time. But it says that the white Elantra pulled in behind her. Doesn't make any sense. This was November 23rd. Well, this report doesn't make sense. That has nothing to do with her. It's their report, in my opinion. Okay, 105. Lawrence Mowry. Koberger phone data. On December 29th, based on the above information, the Latah County Court signed an order finding probable cause for the criminal complaint charging burglary and 4 counts of murder, all felonies. A warrant of arrest was issued for Bryan Koberger. He was arrested at his family's home, blank, in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. That same day, a Pennsylvania magistrate signed a search warrant for the residence, which included Bryan Koberger's cell phone. Bryan Koberger's cell phone was taken into evidence as part of that search warrant, and his phone is currently in evidence at the FBI. Hold on. Philadelphia Regional Computer Forensic Laboratory located at blank. Okay, so they straight up took his phone straight to the FBI. And the phone data was extracted by FBI agent Jeffrey Tanzola. On January 9th, so a while later, I received a hard drive from Tanzola, which contained a copy of the data extracted from the phone belonging to Koberger. The data is saved on a Seagate 2 TB external USB drive and is labeled as Philadelphia RCFL evidence number da-da-da. I applied for and was granted a warrant seeking the evidence from the hard drive provided by Pennsylvania, which contains a forensic image of Bryan Koberger's phone, which was stored in the secured computer forensics lab at the Moscow Police Department. At 15:50 on January 9th, I served the warrant on the hard drive located in the forensics lab. Pursuant to the warrant, I downloaded the files to the forensic computers located in the secure forensic lab at Moscow Police Department. As evidence, I began examining the data. See, here we have different font again. I began examining the data for any accounts linked to the phone and Koberger with other electronic service providers such as Facebook, Snapchat, etc. I located the following installed applications. So these are all still installed. Hey, Kristen Shuddy. Hold on. This is from his phone that was collected in Pennsylvania. Okay. His phone was at his parents'. He had the following apps installed. I began examining the data for any accounts linked to the phone and Koberger with other electronic service providers such as Facebook, Snapchat, etc. I located the following installed apps, website history, screenshots, and username passwords associated with an electronic service provider. Yik Yak, LinkedIn, Reddit, Twitter, Tinder, Dropbox, Washington Trust Bank, PayPal, YouTube, TikTok, Amazon, Visa Prepaid Processing.com, When to Meet, Activision, GroupMe, NetTeller, Hulu, Instagram, Facebook, PSECU, Spotify, Booking.com, Travelocity, Strava, and NordVPN. I thought his phone was cleared, and they didn't get anything. What are you lost about, Crimes? Hey, Pistol Amy, good to see you. These electronic service providers may be storing data relevant to the investigation, which may have been deleted from the device. Okay. I will be requesting assistance from the Latah County Prosecutor's Office to apply for warrants to this company. for any data from accounts. Why do you need help from the prosecutor? Then we have a Gmail, a DeSales, and an IMEI number. When to meet? What's when to meet? When to meet? Oh, look at that. Oh, it's a survey site. What? It's a scheduling tool. When to meet helps you find the best time for a group get together. It's a free survey tool that is quick and easy to use. It's a survey tool. Nice. Group me. Group me chat. Group alias. Be who you want to be in each of your chats. Huh? Group chat app. Your people all together. Crimes. The day he was arrested, they searched the apartment. December 30th. Net teller. What's that? Oh, that's for online banking. What's PSECU? Digital banking with a human touch. Online banking. Oh, PSECU is a state chartered credit union in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. I mean, screw iCloud. What about all of these? What about Yik Yak? They didn't have anything. Reddit didn't have anything stored. Tinder, Twitter, PayPal. I mean, none of these entities had things stored. It just says here they may be storing data that was deleted from the device. 106. Brett Payne. Interview of EA. This must be Emily. On November 13th at approximately 13:49, I interviewed Emily at the Moscow Police Department referencing the quadruple homicide at 1122 King Road. I asked Emily what her relationship to the victims was. She told me Kernodle was her best friend, and the others were all close friends as well. After I collected her information, I asked Emily to tell me about her day on November 12th. Emily stated she left the football game and then went to see friends of hers at an apartment near hers at Blank Taylor Avenue. Emily stated she arrived at her apartment at approximately 20-30 hours. Emily stated she, Jay, Hunter Johnson, and Elle all went to sleep early in the evening of November 12th. She stated they planned to go to the Blank Lodge party but did not end up going. Emily stated she and Hunter woke up at approximately 1 o'clock and then stayed up watching TV until about 3, at which point they went back to sleep. Emily stated she woke up at approximately 10:30 on November 13th. Emily stated M called her, this would be Dylan, called her at approximately 11:51 that morning and said last night around 4 a.m. she heard and saw a man and she and Bethany were locked in their room sleeping. She added she wanted Emily to come over and check the house because she was too scared. Emily also said Dylan heard Goncalves scream and run up the stairs. A while later, Dylan came out of her room and saw the man staring at her. Emily stated the man didn't do anything to Dylan. Dylan said she stayed locked in her room and heard the side door close. So she ran to Bethany's room. Heard the side door close? I asked Emily if she asked Dylan why she didn't call anyone that night. Emily stated Dylan told her it was because she was intoxicated and didn't want to believe what was going on. Dylan also told Emily the man was wearing a mask and she could only see his eyes and nose. So now we can see the nose. Whereas before, we could only see his eyes and a little bit of the mouth. Emily stated Jay went over to the house just before her. When Emily arrived, she stated she went upstairs, but was stopped by Jay, who told Emily she didn't want to see it. Wait a minute. So Jay saw it? Emily stated Jay went over to the house. Is that Johnson? Went over to the house before her. When Emily arrived, she stated she went upstairs but was stopped by Johnson, who told her she didn't want to see it. Emily went back outside and officers responded. I asked Emily if anything seemed out of the ordinary from what she saw. She told me there was a large party at the house on Friday, November 11th. Emily stated the house was a mess due to the party. Emily also told me she saw a knife laying on the floor at the top of the stairs when she went inside. Emily described the knife as a steak knife. It was later determined Hunter grabbed this knife when he entered the house. Emily stated she remained outside after she walked out of the residence until law enforcement arrived. She also stated then she came to Moscow Police Department to be interviewed. I asked Emily if she knew who would commit the murders. Emily stated she did not know. Emily added she and Kernodle were no longer blank sorority members. I asked her if there had been any stalking behavior or recent suspicious circumstances. Emily stated there had not been anything she could remember. She also stated there were no conflicts with the other victims she knew of. I concluded my interview after collecting information about her cell phone. Hey, Toy Airy, you don't think he saw her? She said she locked eyes. Clue is still here listening. Jay is Johnson. Yeah, I'm getting confused by all these frickin' initials. All right. Dustin Blaker. Interview with HC. On November 13th, around 14:19, I conducted an interview with HC at the Moscow Police Department. Blank, blank, one of the victims. H is a student at the University of Idaho and is a member of the blank fraternity. H lives at the fraternity. H told me he and Ethan went to a formal dinner. Oh, this is Hunter Chapin. Duh. With their sister Maizie. Maizie is a member of the blank sorority. The formal was at around 1800 hours at Hunga Dunga. After the formal was over, they went back to blank. Ethan, Xana, and Hunter were all hanging out in his apartment room at the blank fraternity. Hunter last saw Ethan and Xana at 2100 hours when he left his apartment to go up to the main lodge where the house party was at. Hunter returned at 21:15 and Ethan and Xana were gone. Hunter stated he went to bed around 2200 hours. I asked Hunter if Ethan had any issues with anyone. He said no. I asked Hunter if he knew if Xana had any issues. He said no. He had no more information. Dustin Blaker. On November 11th. This is before the murders. Wait, hold on. What? On November 11th, 2022 at around 14:27, I conducted an interview on JL at the Moscow Police Department. Jay told me she lives at blank Taylor Ave. These apartments are referred to as the Whites. Jay stated she went to 1122 King Road in the afternoon of 11:12 and was hanging out with Xana. Jay stated they all went to the Whites at around 1300 hours for different parties in the apartment complex. Ethan left to go to his sister's formal, but Jay was not sure what time that was at. Jay felt she got to Xana's house around 12:30 on 11/12. Jay stated she saw Xana, Ethan, Dylan, and Bethany, Kaylee, Maddie, CL, L, and E. Jay told me she feels she last saw Xana and Ethan at around 1500 hours but wasn't sure. Jay told me she got a text from Ethan asking for the Snapchat for CG, but she never sent it to him. Jay did not know why Ethan wanted this information and stated as far as she knew they did not have issues with each other. CG. Jay then told me where she heard from others that Kaylee had seen some random guy behind the house when she took Murphy out to go pee. Jay also heard of an incident where some random guy followed Kaylee around Winco and followed her out the store, and she thought he tried to get into her car. Jay was not sure for sure who she heard this from, but either Bethany or Dylan could tell us more. Jay told me she knows Xana and Ethan do like to use Adderall when they drink, but they do not know where they got it from or if they took any on 11/12. Jay was not able to tell me anything else related to the case. Interview with AW. Dustin Blaker. On November 13th at around 14:41, I conducted an interview with AW at the Moscow Police Department. A lives at Blank Queen Road, which is in the area of 1122 King. A was working at the UI football game and was at the game until around 20:45. A did not have any interactions with any of the people who live at 1122 King Road. A saw and heard all the emergency lights and sirens and looked out and saw some of her friends standing outside with white blankets around them. A went out and brought more blankets to the people outside to try to help. A told me a few weeks ago, on October 14th at around 1 a.m., she heard what she thought was a male walk up to her door and try to open the door. Oof. We read that in the police blotter for Moscow, Idaho. Police blotter. Yes, we did. Damn it. That's fucking scary. A stated she had her deadbolt and her door were both locked. A told me she saw photos posted on Snapchat by Kaylee showing Kaylee and Maddie at the corner club and the grub truck. A was not able to tell me anything more. October 14th, she heard what she thought was a male walk up to her door and try to open the frickin' door. There were a lot of weird things going on in Moscow. Do you guys remember? If you weren't here for my last stream, check this out. Remember Kaylee on September 11th had lunch with her girlfriends and said she was being stalked? Well, on September 12th, there was a threat with a knife on Paradise Path. She had lunch with her friends on the 11th. Yeah, That too, Shane. A group of students were walking on Paradise Path and were threatened by a person with a knife. The suspect is a white male, 18 to 22, wearing all black and a black baseball cap. He had a blue backpack, and was on a nondescript mountain bike. There were also several bikes reported stolen in the months before the murders. I would love to see his phone pings from October 14th, from September 12th. Yeah, a lot of weird things were going on. Dr. Vanna, thank you so much for listening. I appreciate that. Okay, we are on 110. Brett Payne, collection of items from 1122 King Road. Additional responding officers, numerous ISP and FBI. And this is the nightstand, comforter, blue blanket, pillows. Now this is more stuff, right? Because before it was a pink blanket. Nightstand, comforter, blue blanket, pillows, mattress, bed frame, pillows, shelf and picture, nightstand and pillows. This is new. On January 6th, I went back to 1122 King Road with several members of ISP and the FBI in order to collect several pieces of evidence at the request of the defense counsel in this case. What? Once on scene, we collected the mattress, bed frame, nightstand, pillows, and blankets from Kernodle's room. We also collected the mattress, bed frame ×2, folding frames, nightstand, pillows, and shelf from the east wall of Mogen's room. The items were wrapped and transported separately back to the Moscow Police Department, where they were placed on opposite sides of the MPD evidence bay. I completed the evidence involvement for each item, and they were secured in the bay. October 14th was when he got pulled over by the WSU or Pullman officer. That's what we saw being moved out? No, we saw being moved out personal items back on December 7th. Right? They took personal items out. They cherry-picked personal items to give to the families and left all this stuff in the house, and it was there until January 6th. You don't give personal items back until all the evidence is cleared. That's backwards. They did it backwards. Yep, they gave Dylan her stuff and then said, oh, we need it back. Yeah, they took Maddie's stuff. Now this is them taking Xana's stuff. Okay, now we have Brett Payne interviewing MC. So on November 13th at 14:20, MC consented to a forensic search of her phone. I asked her to tell me what her day looked like on the 12th. M stated she had her blank formal. Oh, this is Maizie again. I thought we read this. Oh, this is a different narrative. Okay. I asked Maizie to tell me what her day looked like because she talked to both of them, I guess. I guess she talked to Dollinger and then she talked to Payne. Oh, sorry, I had to yawn. I asked Maizie to tell me what her day looked like on November 12th. Maizie stated she had her blank formal the night of November 12th. She stated she did not do much prior to the formal, then went to Hunga Dunga for the event at about 1900 hours. She said she, Hunter, and Ethan left the formal with several other friends at approximately 20 hours. Maizie stated she was dropped off at her house as the group was planning to go to the Blank Lodge party. However, Maizie stated she didn't want to go and remained at her sorority until Hunter called her the morning of November 13th at 12:30. Maizie stated Hunter told her to come to Xana's when he called her. Maizie said Hunter did not elaborate on why she needed to come to the house. Maizie stated Hunter Johnson, Hunter Chapin, Emily, and Jay, unknown last. They don't have Jay's last name? What? The fuck? F and M were all there when she arrived. Why don't they know Jay's last name? M said someone told her he's the lead investigator. Come on. When she got there, that someone in the house and Ethan and Xana didn't make it. Maizie said someone told her when she got there that someone in the house and Ethan and Xana didn't make it. Maizie told me Ethan, Xana, and Hunter had been texting her the night prior asking her to come to the blank. Maizie said she saw the text when she woke up in the morning on November 13th. Maizie said she did not go into the house that morning. Maizie could not think of anyone or any reason why someone would commit the homicides. Josie, why don't they know her last name? Maybe because it was the same. I don't know. Maybe it was too early on. On November 14th, 2022, at around 15:52, I called KF to arrange an interview with her. Kay had already left Moscow and was heading to southern Idaho to be with her family. Kay told me she had contact with Bethany and Dylan on 11/12. D arrived at her residence at 22:30 and Bethany arrived at her residence at about 23:30. Kay lives at Blank Taylor Avenue. Bethany and Dylan were at her residence for 2 to 3 hours. Kay stated she walked them past the Whites sometime before 2 o'clock, but she could not positively tell me. Kay stated she turned on Taylor and then turned around and she was not sure what route they took home. So they were scared, dude. They had this girl walk them part way. Shit. What is going on? She felt they kept walking on Taylor towards King. Kay stated there was a group of 3 or 4 other females with Bethany and Dylan at the time. Kay did state she was drunk at the time and she could not recall the events and everyone who was present. Kay stated she thought LM was with the group. Kay was not able to tell me anything else. So he's also lucky that alcohol would, hurt their memories too. All right, 113. Dustin Blaker, interview with EG. This is the Uber driver. Eric Geiger or whatever his name is. On November 14th, the next day at around 17:10, I contacted Eric in the front lobby of the police department. Eric had contacted Moscow PD earlier in the day and stated he's a local Uber driver. He gave Kaylee and Maddie a ride home on 11:13 from the downtown area. G had been in the Spokane, Coeur d'Alene area when he contacted us and stated he would not be back till 1700 hours. He called you at 1710. I asked G how he knew Kaylee and Maddie. G states he drives for Uber and Lyft, and Kaylee and Maddie have become some of his regular customers, and this is how he met them. G stated he was contacted by Kaylee on 11/12 at around 22:02 and asked if he could pick her up and some friends and up at 1122 and take them to the corner club. G arrived at the address at 2015 and picked them up, Kaylee, Maddie, and one other female. G stated at 1:45 on 11/13 he was contacted by Kaylee again and asked if he could pick her and some friends up at the grub truck. G arrived at the grub truck at around 1:49. G took Kaylee and Maddie home. He stated it was a 3 to 4 minute drive from the grub truck to King Road. G told me he's been driving for Uber and Lyft since 2019. G told me Kaylee has been a regular for at least the last year. G stated he was working, but Kaylee did not contact him through Uber or Lyft, but instead texted him directly both times. G stated when he got to the grub truck, he parked in front of the grub truck on Main Street facing south. G texted Kaylee he was there, and she stated they would be there in a second and said they were at order 75 and theirs was 78. Kaylee and Maddie came to the vehicle a short time later. Kaylee was in the front passenger seat and Maddie was in the rear seat. Maddie was eating the food from grub truck with her hands. I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but I know that, like, when you're that age and you're drinking all night and you're like, I just want freaking food. They all had a casual conversation. G stated they appeared to be fine and nothing appeared to be out of the ordinary. I think we've all done that. G stated he still had the texts on his phones and he sent the screenshots to me. I burned those screenshots to a DVD. So I take it, did they ask him if he saw any vehicles when he dropped them off, or doesn't seem like they asked him that. Okay, Brett Payne, interview with D. Jack DeCour. On November 13th, 2022, at approximately 14:37, I interviewed Jack DeCour at the Moscow Police Department. Jack consented to have his phone forensically searched and provided me with his cell phone at the beginning of the interview. I asked him to tell me about his day on the 12th. He stated he worked at blank and worked from 1400 hours to 2210 on November 12th. Jack stated he left his work and dropped off some food for a friend working at the corner club. Jack stated he went home, blank King Road, then returned to the corner club around 2300 hours. Jack stated he saw Goncalves at the corner club and spoke to her briefly. Jack stated he left the corner club. Can you imagine how nervous he was being interviewed? Like, knowing you would be the main suspect, the ex-boyfriend, the recent ex-boyfriend, no less. Jack stated he left the corner club but was unsure if Goncalves left before or after him. Jack stated he went to bed when he got home. When Jack awoke, he told me he saw commotion down the street. 1122 King Road is visible from blank King Road. Jack stated he later looked at his phone and saw several missed calls from Goncalves and Mogen in the early morning hours. I clarified Jack's timeline for the night prior. He told me he left the corner club at about 1 o'clock and returned home. Jack said he got a ride from PR, the blank of blank, his fraternity. He told me he thought he went to sleep at approximately 1:30 and awoke at approximately 11:30 on November 13th. I asked Jack to tell me what the commotion was he mentioned. Jack told me he saw law enforcement and emergency vehicles in front of 1122 King, so he walked over to see what was happening. I asked Jack to clarify the missed calls he received that morning. Jack told me he received multiple calls from Kaylee and Maddie, one of which was FaceTime, between 2:40 and 3 o'clock. Jack stated he knew Mogen for some time, but she would not call him for any reason. Jack also said Goncalves texted him to tell him he could come to her house to retrieve his vape pen. I asked Jack if he noticed or heard anything suspicious anytime recently. Jack stated he saw a dark gold minivan backing up King Road approximately 1 to 2 months prior. Jack stated he did not remember any other suspicious circumstances. Jack did add Goncalves would call him on occasion when she was walking home alone or when, quote, she was feeling sketched out. Jack stated there were people coming in and out of 1122 King frequently, and more people knew the code to their door than they should have. Jack stated he was not sure if the residents regularly locked the rear sliding glass door. Jack also told me he and Goncalves owned a dog, a golden doodle named Murphy. He also told me Goncalves was taking the dog out sometime in the past when Goncalves saw a shadowy figure behind the house. Jack stated nothing else came of the incident. I asked Jack about his relationship with Goncalves. He told me they had dated for approximately 5 years and broke up several months prior due to, quote, loss of spark, coupled with Goncalves leaving for a job in Texas. Jack stated there wasn't conflict and the breakup was mutual. I asked Jack if there was anyone who flirted with Goncalves. Jack stated there was a male by the name of ER who often flirted with Goncalves. Jack did not know of any past stalking incidents, nor did he know who would have committed the murders. I asked Jack about his conversation with Goncalves at the corner club. He said the conversation was short but normal. Jack did not have any further information, so I concluded my interview. Well, I mean, they got together very young, right? Mary Marilyn, we can't take what the friend said as fact, though, because there was a lot of rumors flying around. All we can take as fact is his words, and he says he slept through the calls. So if a friend said that, I would have to think that that was some kind of a rumor, and maybe he said it after the fact, like, you know, we just don't know. We can't, he didn't do anything, so it doesn't really matter. Right. Poor Jack. Gator Hater, welcome. Thanks for becoming a member today. I appreciate it. I'm going to read, let's see what this one is. I think I'm going to wrap this up in a minute here. I'm going to read this one, and then we're going to wrap it up, and we'll continue tomorrow. Well, he said Maddie wouldn't normally call him, so I don't know. Right. It was in police documents that she heard that, right? Yeah, I don't know. He says that it was mutual, so I'm taking his word for it. Brett Payne. This is November 24th, 2022. I collected a black polar penguin glove from the parking lot of 1122 King. I conducted subsequent investigation by watching the body-worn camera of Officer Nunez, the first MPD officer on the scene, and looking over the scene photos. None of these sources showed the glove was present upon officers' initial response to the scene or during the processing of the scene. It is unclear where the glove came from at the time of this writing. So he went back and looked at body-worn camera, and he's saying it wasn't there. So take that for what you will. Oops. Take that for what you will. Let's do one more. We'll do one more for the road. $116 is going to be our final doc of the day, and we will pick up tomorrow. All right, so we have Dustin Blaker. Narrative, trip to Boise with evidence and retrieval of property from DM. So this is when he had to get the stuff back from Dylan. On January 6th at around 7:10, I retrieved evidence from MPD Evidence Tech TS. I signed for the items and transported them to the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab. Refer to Evidence Tech TS records for what specific items were transported. Once I arrived in Meridian, I transferred the items from MPD to the ISP intake. All items were signed for in chain of custody. I was given several items the lab had tested and were able to be returned to MPD for storage. I signed all the items and completed the chain of custody. Prior to coming back to Moscow, I stopped at Dylan Mortenson's residence in Boise to retrieve the personal items which had been released to her blank earlier in the week by accident. We can't go through this live without... Where is my damn... By accident? They were given to her by accident. No, they weren't. You planned it. You planned to give it to her. The cops say Bethany said Xana was wearing black, but she wasn't. She had on a red dress. She could have changed. I don't know. She was wearing a gray sweatshirt. Oops. I mean, that's just pitiful, right? I packed these belongings in my vehicle and I returned to Moscow. I put them back in evidence property. I left Dylan's personal items locked in the vehicle I was driving, and on 1/9 I transported them to the city shop. What? He left it in there for 3 days? One item of note is, as the items were being loaded into the vehicle I was driving, a Ford Fusion, we were able to get everything into the vehicle except a small table. Oh my God. We attempted several times to get the table into the vehicle, but it was not going to fit.
You're awesome.
We attempted several times to get the vehicle. Okay. D blank stated she did not care if the table was returned, so she had her husband break the table and put it in the vehicle. Whose husband? Whose husband? What are they talking about? I want body cam of them trying to fit this table in this damn Fusion. Now I don't want to stop reading. Let's do one more. I swear, and then I'm going to stop because I got to get something to eat. I am hungry. Dustin Blaker, assisted defense team with going through items at the police department and city shop. On January 10th, 2023 at around 13:15, I met with Ann Taylor and her team at the Moscow PD. Taylor is the defense attorney for Bryan Kohberger. Taylor had arranged to go through the garbage sent to us from Pennsylvania by FBI investigators. Items from Madison's room and Xana's room, 2 vehicles belonging to Ethan Chapin, and personal belongings to Ethan, Dylan, and Bethany. After looking at the garbage, Taylor identified several items she felt we could discard, since they contained perishable goods and they had already started to spoil. We placed these items on a shelf located in the northeast corner of the storage garage. Taylor also identified several items she wanted us to keep until she saw reports of these items. Taylor was good with where we were keeping the mattresses, bed frames, nightstands, shelf, and sheets from Madison and Xana's room. I escorted Taylor and her team to the city shop, and we went through personal belongings that were removed from 1122 King Road earlier. These items belonged to Bethany, Dylan, and Ethan. When Taylor was done, she identified several items she wanted them to hold, and she was going to request an order from the judge to take these items and have them tested. Those items were placed in cardboard boxes and placed away from the other items so they would not accidentally be released. Taylor and her team looked at both vehicles while at the shop. Taylor stated she would contact Bill Thompson's office and would advise him when she felt items could be released. And we're going to stop there on 117, even though I want to know more. I know, Lindsay. Hopefully you can catch it tomorrow. None of this sounds right to me. None of this sounds right. I think it all sounds hokey and weird. But, hey, what do I know? I don't know. This is just crazy. So the next one, we're going to pick up on 118. And I want to thank you guys for joining today. Thanks so much. I am going to go through and I'll chapter this tonight. I got to go eat and take a break. And then, excuse me, I will chapter each individual document that we went through. I know, mine's overloaded too. Thank you, Lip Locked. It's good to see you. I'll probably start in the morning tomorrow. I'm going to try to start in the morning, like mid-morning, and go during the day. Thank you, Dr. Vanna. It was good to see you. Everybody take care. And we're going to run our credits and get on out of here. If you want to become a member, the moderators can share the link with you and hit the like button. It is a free way to support. Thank you guys for being here. And everybody stay safe. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye, everybody. So much for watching. If you enjoyed this live stream or video, make sure to give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on my latest content. Want to take it a step further? Bring it all in and join our community clickers by becoming a Patreon or a YouTube member. You'll get exclusive access to our Discord server, special channel perks, and much more. Until then, I'll see you in the next one.
Click. It's real easy, man.